In the early years of the 1930s, the American plains were a vast stretch of land, stretching from Texas to South Dakota, Kansas to Oklahoma. It was a land of promise, especially for the farmers who came to cultivate it. However, beneath its vast expanse, the soil was deceiving. The flatlands, rich with crops like wheat and corn, had grown overly dependent on mechanized farming techniques that stripped the land of its natural nutrients. Farmers had worked the soil tirelessly without regard to its delicate ecosystem. The Great Plains, which had once been a thriving habitat for native grasses and wildlife, was rapidly transformed into a grain-producing paradise. For decades, farmers made fortunes off the land's generosity. However, the soil was never intended to be worked this intensely without restorative measures. A series of droughts, starting in the early 1930s, slowly exposed the problem. In the absence of rain, the soil began to crack and dry, unable to hold on to the crops that had once grown so well. As the weather continued to fail, the winds, which had always blown across the plains, began to grow stronger. Without crops to anchor, the soil had turned to dust. By 1934, these storms began to sweep across the plains with such intensity that they were described as black blizzards, capable of turning daylight into night. The dust storms, which could be seen miles away, carried tons of dirt, sand, and debris, choking the life out of farms, homes, and cities alike. In cities like Oklahoma City, people were forced to stay indoors for days on end, their windows sealed to keep the dust out. The once fertile lands were becoming barren, and the farmers who had relied on the crops for their livelihoods found themselves facing total ruin. The dust didn't just affect the land, it affected the people living on it. Those who survived. The dust storms often found themselves dealing with a new set of problems: sickness, poverty, and most heartbreakingly, the loss of homes. By the mid-1930s, the impact of the Dust Bowl had spread far beyond the fields. The devastating storms, which had become regular occurrences, were not only killing crops but also suffocating families and entire communities. Those who lived in the Great Plains were no longer merely struggling to make a living, they were fighting to stay alive. The land that had once been their hope and their future had become a deadly force, one that seemed to offer nothing but hardship. The soil, which had been so fertile and rich, was now dry and lifeless. Farmers who had once planted their crops in the spring, hoping for a bountiful harvest, now faced barren fields that were incapable of sustaining even the hardiest crops. The situation was further compounded by the absence of rain. Without precipitation, the ground grew even more parched, and what little was left of the crops withered. For many families, the problem wasn't just economic, it was physical. The dust storms were relentless. They carried with them particles that were so fine they could get into the smallest crevices, making it nearly impossible to keep homes, farms, or even bodies clean. It wasn't uncommon for entire towns to be buried under several feet of dirt. The health impact of these storms was felt deeply as dust pneumonia became a real threat. People, especially children, began to suffer from respiratory illnesses caused by the fine particles of dirt that they were constantly breathing in. In addition to the physical toll, the Dust Bowl caused a profound psychological strain. The constant threat of disaster and the inability to escape it left many feeling hopeless. Families who had once been proud of their land and their hard work now found themselves in a state of despair. They could no longer afford food, medical care, or even the basic necessities of life. Many began to leave, packing their families into dilapidated cars, hoping to find better prospects elsewhere. The Okie migration, as it came to be known, saw thousands of families from Oklahoma and the surrounding areas head westward towards California in search of work. But the journey was not easy. In California, the dream of a better life turned out to be just that, a dream. The fields were already taken, and the towns that had once been welcoming were now overcrowded and hostile. Farmers who had once owned their land were now competing for low-paying jobs, often in agriculture or other industries that did not offer the stability they had hoped for. The term Oki became synonymous with poverty and struggle, and many of these displaced families faced a harsh reception in their new homes. As the years dragged on, the dust storms became less frequent, but the damage had already been done. The land would eventually recover, but it would never be the same. The farmers, too, would eventually find new ways to make a living, but the trauma of the Dust Bowl would linger in their memories for years to come. They had survived, but at what cost? By the end of the 1930s, the Dust Bowl was slowly fading from the collective experience of the American public, but its effects on the people of the Great Plains would be felt for decades. While the immediate dust storms became less frequent, the land itself, scarred by years of drought and abuse, was slow to recover. The resilience of the people who had lived through it, however, became a story of both struggle and hope, a testament to the endurance of the human spirit in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. The government's response to the Dust Bowl was one of the key turning points in how the nation approached environmental disasters. The New Deal, under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, began to tackle the environmental devastation left in the wake of the Dust Bowl. The Soil Conservation Service, SCS, was established in 1935 with the aim of restoring the land by promoting new farming techniques that would prevent further erosion. These included crop rotation, planting grasses, and using trees as windbreaks to reduce the impact of future dust storms. It was a new way of thinking about farming, less about maximizing profit and more about respecting the delicate balance of the land. The New Deal also introduced programs like the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, which employed thousands of young men to help restore the land, plant trees, and build soil conservation projects. While these efforts were critical in the long-term recovery of the region, they didn't undo the damage done to the lives of the people who had endured the worst of the storms. The displaced families, many of whom had been forced to leave their farms, struggled to rebuild their lives. Some found work in agriculture in California, but for others, it meant settling in cities, taking up new forms of work, and forever altering the course of their lives. But the lasting legacy of the Dust Bowl was the lessons learned about the fragility of the land and the importance of sustainable farming practices. What had been a powerful symbol of America's agricultural success became a cautionary tale about the dangers of overexploitation and the hubris of human ambition. It was a reminder that nature, no matter how vast and abundant it may seem, has its limits. The farmers of the Great Plains had learned the hard way that to thrive in such an unforgiving environment, they must not only respect the land but also be prepared for the unpredictability of nature's wrath. The Dust Bowl also underscored the need for greater government intervention in times of crisis. The programs that arose from the New Deal, such as the Agricultural Adjustment Act, AAA, and the aforementioned Soil Conservation Service, helped guide the country through a national disaster. These efforts signaled a new role for the federal government in addressing environmental issues and in protecting the livelihoods of its citizens during difficult times. Today, the Great Plains are home to thriving farms and communities once devastated by the Dust Bowl. While the land has recovered in many ways, the memory of that difficult period lives on as a stark reminder of the cost of human mistakes and the resilience required to overcome them. As we look back at this forgotten chapter in history, it's important to remember the lessons that were learned, not just about the land, but about the people who endured it, and the resilience that allowed them to rebuild their lives, even after the dust had settled. How has the resilience of those affected by the Dust Bowl shaped how we approach environmental crises today? Could the measures taken during the Depression be applied to the challenges we face with climate change now? The 1920s in America known as the Roaring Twenties, was a time of exuberance and economic expansion. The country had emerged from the devastation of World War I with a sense of optimism and prosperity. It was a decade marked by unprecedented growth. As the economy surged, new technologies emerged and people began to embrace a lifestyle of consumerism and indulgence. Stock markets flourished, and for many, the idea of easy wealth through investment in stocks became a widespread belief. During this period, the stock market, particularly the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE, became a symbol of success. As the economy boomed, so did stock prices. People from all walks of life, from farmers to factory workers, began investing in stocks, hoping to cash in on the skyrocketing market. Speculation was rampant, and the belief that stock prices would only continue to rise became a fundamental part of the public's mindset. The stock market was no longer just the domain of wealthy investors or bankers. It was democratized. Ordinary citizens, encouraged by widespread media reports and aggressive advertising, began buying stocks on margin, borrowing money to buy shares, betting that they could sell them for a profit in the near future. It seemed like a risk-free venture, a way for the average person to achieve the prosperity that was now being sold as the American dream. But behind the excitement, cracks were beginning to form in the market's seemingly unbreakable foundation. As more people invested, stock prices continued to climb, but this rise was not based on the true value of the companies being traded. Instead, it was driven by speculation and the belief that the market would keep growing forever. This was a bubble, a financial system built on overconfidence and unsustainable growth. Despite warnings from some economists who predicted that the market was overvalued and ripe for collapse, the public and many prominent investors ignored the signs. The Federal Reserve, the institution responsible for regulating the economy and controlling inflation, remained largely uninvolved, allowing the speculative frenzy to continue unchecked. As the stock market reached new heights in the summer and fall of 1929, the stage was set for a dramatic collapse. In the fall of 1929, signs of trouble began to surface. On September 3rd, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the benchmark index of American stocks, reached its peak at 381 points. But by the end of October, fears of an economic slowdown began to stir. Investors, panicked by the rapid rise in stock prices and mounting evidence of an overheated market, began to pull their money out. The market's downward spiral began on October 24, 1929, known as Black Thursday. On Black Thursday, panic selling began in earnest. The volume of trades was so high that it overwhelmed the system, causing a breakdown in order. The ticker tapes, which normally recorded transactions, were unable to keep up with the speed of the sales. Prices began to fall rapidly, and those who had bought stocks on margin found themselves in a difficult situation. They were now facing massive losses, with their debts exceeding the value of the stocks they had purchased. The chaos that began on Black Thursday didn't subside quickly. As the stock market continued its downward spiral, it became clear that the economic disaster was no passing storm. The panic that had gripped the market on October 24, 1929, reached its zenith on October 29, 1929, now infamously known as Black Tuesday. On Black Tuesday, the sell-off reached catastrophic proportions. More than 16 million shares were traded in a single day, nearly 4 times the usual volume. Investors who had borrowed money to buy stocks on margin were hit the hardest. As stock prices plummeted, they were forced to sell their shares to cover their loans, but the value of the stocks they held had dropped too far to cover their debts. For many, this was the end of the line, a total financial collapse, marking the ruin of entire fortunes and businesses. Prices fell so steeply and quickly that banks, unable to keep up with the volume of withdrawals and demands for cash, began to fail. At the time, there were no deposit insurance protections, so when a bank went under, its customers lost everything. This triggered a widespread panic, with people fearing for their savings and rushing to withdraw whatever cash they could. As banks began to close, they took with them the savings of millions of Americans. The impact of the crash was felt across the entire economy. The stock market collapse wiped out billions of dollars in wealth, with estimates suggesting that around $14 billion was lost in a matter of days, equivalent to around $200 billion today. For the average American, the crash meant the immediate loss of their investments, savings, and livelihoods. Businesses that had thrived during the Roaring '20s suddenly found themselves struggling to stay afloat, while millions of workers were laid off. In the days following Black Tuesday, there was a sense of disbelief. How could this happen? The promise of endless wealth, the booming economy, the optimism of the 1920s, all seemed like distant memories. The crash didn't just mark the loss of money, it signaled the end of an era. It was the fall of an American ideal, one built on the belief that prosperity could be achieved without limits. But in 1930, the full ramifications of the crash began to set in. Unemployment skyrocketed, reaching as high as 25% in some areas. Banks failed at an alarming rate, and the ripple effects of the crash were felt around the world. The United States was plunged into what would become the Great Depression, a decade-long economic disaster that would affect not only the country's financial system, but also its social and political fabric. For many, the stock market crash was the catalyst for a period of intense hardship, but for others, it was just the beginning. The aftermath of the Great Depression would become a defining moment in American history, shaping the way the country viewed government intervention, the role of financial markets, and the safety nets necessary to protect citizens from such widespread economic failure. As the economic wreckage of the stock market crash settled into a profound national depression, the United States found itself in uncharted waters. Unemployment rates soared, businesses shuttered, and the country's infrastructure began to crumble under the weight of widespread poverty. It was clear that something monumental needed to be done to reverse the damage. The answer came with the election of Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1932, a man who would guide the nation through the darkest days of the Great Depression. FDR's New Deal, a series of programs, public works projects, financial reforms and regulations, was designed to bring relief, recovery, and reform to a broken country. Roosevelt's approach was revolutionary in its scope and ambition. For the first time in U.S. history, the federal government took a leading role in the economic recovery, stepping in to provide a safety net for the most vulnerable Americans. The first step in Roosevelt's plan was to provide immediate relief to the millions of unemployed and suffering Americans. Programs like the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, and the Works Progress Administration, WPA, put millions of people to work on public projects such as building roads, schools, and parks. These initiatives not only provided jobs but also helped to revitalize the nation's infrastructure, which had been in disrepair due to years of neglect. The Social Security Act of 1935, which provided pensions for the elderly and unemployment benefits, became a cornerstone of the New Deal's lasting legacy, reshaping the way Americans thought about their relationship to government. But the New Deal didn't just address immediate economic concerns. Roosevelt's reforms sought to prevent a repeat of the stock market collapse by instituting long-term changes in how the financial system was regulated. One of the key elements of Roosevelt's strategy was the creation of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, in 1934, which was tasked with regulating the stock market and preventing fraud. The Glass-Steagall Act of 1933 separated commercial banking from investment banking to avoid conflicts of interest and reduce risky speculation. These measures, although initially controversial, became integral to stabilizing the financial system and rebuilding trust in American markets. Despite these efforts, the Great Depression did not end overnight. The road to recovery was long and often painful, and it wasn't until the outbreak of World War II that the US economy truly began to rebound. The war effort led to a surge in industrial production and job creation, ultimately bringing the country out of its economic slump. However, Roosevelt's policies had laid the groundwork for the recovery, creating a more stable economic foundation for future generations. The Great Depression left an indelible mark on the American psyche. It reshaped the role of government, forever changing how Americans viewed the responsibility of the federal government to intervene in times of economic crisis. It also led to a shift in public attitudes about wealth and inequality. The stock market crash of 1929 and the subsequent depression highlighted the dangers of unchecked speculation and the fragility of financial systems that were based on speculation rather than solid fundamentals. In many ways, the New Deal's reforms were a direct response to the lessons learned from the crash, a recognition that economic prosperity could not be sustained without careful regulation and oversight. Today, the lessons of the Great Depression remain relevant. The financial collapse of 1929 serves as a reminder of the perils of unchecked financial speculation and the importance of government intervention in protecting citizens during times of crisis. While the stock market has rebounded many times since, the 1929 crash is etched in the national consciousness as a reminder of the risks inherent in the pursuit of wealth and the necessity of safeguards to prevent another catastrophic failure. The stock market crash of 1929, though it brought about immense suffering, also prompted reforms that shaped the modern economic landscape. In a sense, the country's greatest economic calamity became the catalyst for lasting change, making it possible for future generations to learn from the mistakes of the past. How have the regulatory measures implemented after the Great Depression influenced today's financial markets, and do they offer any lessons for managing modern economic crises? While Franklin D. Roosevelt is often hailed as the architect of the New Deal, the sweeping reforms that reshaped America during the Great Depression were not the product of one man alone. The New Deal was a collective effort driven by a diverse group of individuals, many of whom have been forgotten by history. These men and women, from technocrats to activists, brought their expertise and idealism to the table to help implement FDR's vision. They were the intellectuals, the bureaucrats, and the policymakers who transformed Roosevelt's ambitious ideas into concrete policies. One of the most influential figures behind the New Deal was Rexford Tugwell, an economist and member of FDR's Brain Trust, a group of advisors who helped shape the policies of the early New Deal. Tugwell, a professor at Columbia University, had a vision for government intervention that was more far-reaching than many of his contemporaries. He believed that the government should take an active role in managing the economy, guiding it towards stability and prosperity. Tugwell's ideas on agricultural reform and the need for greater government control of economic sectors were pivotal in shaping key New Deal programs like the Agricultural Adjustment Act, AAA, and the Rural Electrification Administration, REA. Tugwell's focus was not just on short-term relief, but on creating a more permanent, sustainable economic framework. He pushed for the creation of large-scale public works projects to revitalize the economy and provide jobs for the unemployed. His ideas on government intervention and public sector investment helped form the backbone of the New Deal's most ambitious efforts, including the Public Works Administration, PWA, and the Works Progress Administration, WPA. While Tugwell's influence on Roosevelt's policies was significant, his career after the New Deal was marked by political conflict and disillusionment. His vision for a deeply interventionist state was often at odds with the more conservative elements of the Roosevelt administration, and his ideas were not always popular within the broader political establishment. Despite his early success in shaping the New Deal, Tugwell's legacy has largely faded from the historical record. Today, he is often remembered as one of the key architects of Roosevelt's reforms, but his contributions are often overshadowed by the larger-than-life figure of FDR. Another important figure in the New Deal's creation was Frances Perkins, the first woman to serve in a presidential cabinet. As Secretary of Labor, Perkins played a central role in the development of labor policies that aimed to protect workers' rights and improve working conditions. Her work was critical in shaping landmark legislation like the Fair Labor Standards Act, which established the minimum wage, overtime pay, and child labor laws. Perkins was also instrumental in the creation of Social Security, a program that would become a cornerstone of the American welfare state. Perkins, a progressive reformer with a background in social work, understood the struggles of ordinary Americans. Her policies were aimed at lifting people out of poverty and improving their quality of life. But she faced significant opposition from business leaders, conservatives, and even some within her own party, who argued that her proposals would disrupt the free market. Despite the resistance, Perkins remained steadfast in her commitment to social justice, pushing forward with her reforms even as the political climate grew increasingly hostile. Today, Frances Perkins is recognized as one of the most influential figures in the development of American social welfare. But at the time, her work was often overlooked in favor of more traditional political leaders. While figures like Rexford, Tugwell, and Frances Perkins were instrumental in crafting specific policies, another group of experts played a key role in the New Deal's economic restructuring: the technocrats. These individuals were economists, engineers, and social scientists who believed that modern problems required scientifically engineered solutions. They were the ones who pushed for rational planning and efficiency, using data and statistical analysis to guide government action. One of the most notable technocrats was Harold Ickes, who served as the Secretary of the Interior and played a pivotal role in overseeing many of the New Deal's public works projects. Ickes was an advocate for large-scale infrastructure development, believing that creating jobs through public works could stimulate the economy. Under his direction, the Public Works Administration, PWA, oversaw the construction of significant national infrastructure, including dams, bridges, hospitals, and schools. These projects not only provided immediate relief for the unemployed, but also set the foundation for long-term economic recovery by modernizing America's physical infrastructure. Ickes was also known for his commitment to the principles of fairness and equity. As the administrator of the PWA, he worked to ensure that African Americans and other marginalized groups had access to jobs and opportunities in the public works projects. His advocacy for racial inclusion was revolutionary at the time, though it was often met with resistance from more conservative elements of the government. Despite the challenges, Ickes persisted in pushing for policies that aimed to level the playing field and make the benefits of the New Deal accessible to all Americans, regardless of their race. Another technocrat who played a significant role in the New Deal was Leon Henderson, who served as the head of the National Recovery Administration, NRA. The NRA was designed to help stabilize industry by setting fair wages, prices, and hours for workers, as well as promoting unionization. Henderson, an economist, used his expertise to implement policies that would help prevent a repeat of the chaotic, unregulated economy that had led to the stock market crash. The NRA faced a great deal of opposition from business owners who saw the agency as a threat to their profits, but Henderson and his team pushed forward, hoping to create a more stable and balanced economy. Henderson's tenure, however, was not without controversy. Despite his good intentions, the NRA faced serious challenges in implementation and enforcement. The agency's efforts to regulate the economy were often seen as too ambitious and overreaching. In the end, the NRA was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1935, but its ideas about fair labor practices and industrial cooperation would influence future economic policies. Alongside these technocrats were figures like John Maynard Keynes, whose economic theories profoundly impacted the New Deal's philosophy. Keynesian economics, which advocates for government intervention to manage economic cycles, provided the intellectual foundation for much of Roosevelt's economic policies. Though Keynes himself was not directly involved in the New Deal, his ideas about the role of government in smoothing out economic fluctuations were central to Roosevelt's thinking. The idea that the government should spend during economic downturns to stimulate growth became a core tenet of the New Deal. Keynes's influence was particularly important during the later stages of the Depression, as the economy remained sluggish despite New Deal programs. His arguments for deficit spending and government investment in public works projects helped push the administration to adopt more aggressive measures to combat unemployment and economic stagnation. Despite the central roles that these technocrats played in shaping the New Deal, they too have been largely forgotten by history. In the shadow of Roosevelt's charismatic leadership and the political battles that defined the era, the contributions of these intellectuals and policy experts often went uncelebrated. However, without their expertise and dedication, the New Deal would not have been as effective in transforming the American economy and society. The architects of the New Deal, from Rexford Tugwell to Francis Perkins, and the technocrats like Harold Ickes and Leon Henderson, left an indelible mark on American society and governance. While their names may not be as widely remembered as FDR's, their work laid the foundation for many of the policies and institutions that shape the United States today. The New Deal was more than a set of programs. It was a philosophical shift in how the American government viewed its role in the lives of its citizens. One of the most lasting legacies of the New Deal's architects was the expansion of the federal government's role in regulating the economy and providing a social safety net. The Social Security Act of 1935, driven largely by Francis Perkins, was a milestone in the creation of the modern welfare state. Social Security not only provided a safety net for the elderly, but also set the stage for future entitlement programs, like Medicare and Medicaid. Today, these programs remain crucial components of the American social contract, serving as a lifeline for millions of people across the country. The economic theories promoted by technocrats like John Maynard Keynes also continue to influence economic policy today. Keynesian economics, with its emphasis on government intervention during economic downturns, was radical at the time but has since become mainstream. The government's ability to use fiscal policy, such as stimulus packages and public investment, to stabilize the economy is now a standard response to financial crises, as seen in the 2008 financial collapse and the COVID-19 pandemic. While the New Deal programs were instrumental in pulling the United States out of the Great Depression, their full impact was not realized immediately. The recovery was slow, and it wasn't until the massive industrial mobilization of World War II that the U.S. economy truly emerged from the Depression. However, the New Deal created a new framework for understanding the relationship between the government and its citizens. It established the precedent that the federal government could intervene directly to improve the lives of ordinary Americans, particularly in times of crisis. Unfortunately, many of the architects of the New Deal, particularly those outside of FDR's inner circle, faded from the historical narrative. Rexford Tugwell, despite his early influence on Roosevelt's policies, is now largely forgotten, overshadowed by the legacy of the president himself. Francis Perkins, although widely respected in her time, often finds herself relegated to the margins of history, despite being one of the most influential women in American political history. The technocrats, with their scientific approach to economic management, are often overlooked in favor of the more dramatic stories of political battles and large-scale public works projects. The memory of these figures should be preserved, not just because they were part of a transformative era, but because their work continues to shape the lives of Americans today. The institutions they helped build and the ideas they promoted have become ingrained in the fabric of American governance. Their work was essential not only in responding to the Great Depression, but in laying the groundwork for a more equitable and sustainable economic future. Perhaps the most important lesson to be learned from the forgotten architects of the New Deal is the power of collaboration between government, intellectuals, and activists. The New Deal was not just about FDR's leadership, but about a diverse group of individuals coming together to tackle one of the greatest crises in American history. Their collective efforts remind us that lasting change is often the result of many hands working in concert to create a better future. As we face new challenges, whether economic, environmental, or social, the spirit of the New Deal and the contributions of its architects should serve as a guide. Their legacy teaches us that the government can play a vital role in shaping a more just society, especially when faced with crises that threaten to unravel the fabric of the nation. How might the forgotten architects of the New Deal influence today's efforts to address inequality, climate change, and economic instability? Can their spirit of reform guide modern policymakers in creating a more inclusive future? As the stock market crash of 1929 sent shockwaves through the American economy, one of the most visible symbols of the nation's newfound poverty was the rise of Hoovervilles, makeshift shantytowns that sprang up across the United States. Named derisively after President Herbert Hoover, who was blamed by many for failing to address the deepening crisis, these communities of the destitute became a powerful symbol of the Great Depression's devastating impact on the American people. Hoovervilles were a response to the staggering number of people who found themselves without work, savings, or a roof over their heads. By the early 1930s, unemployment had skyrocketed, leaving millions of Americans struggling to survive. With no government assistance available and little prospect for finding new jobs, many people were forced to band together and create their own communities. They built these villages from whatever materials they could find: scrap wood, cardboard, metal, and even old newspaper. In these temporary settlements, families lived in squalor with inadequate sanitation and overcrowded conditions, in sharp contrast to the image of prosperity that had defined the pre-Depression years. The term Hooverville was coined to mock President Hoover, whose policies many believed had worsened the economic crisis. Hoover's approach to the Depression was largely characterized by a belief in rugged individualism, the idea that people should rely on their own resources to overcome adversity, rather than depend on government handouts. This philosophy led Hoover to resist calls for direct federal assistance, which angered many who were suffering. As the number of Hoovervilles swelled, so too did public anger. These makeshift towns became rallying points for those who felt abandoned by the government. People who had lost their jobs and homes found themselves living in these impromptu settlements, often relegated to the outskirts of major cities. Hoovervilles were frequently located in areas that were neglected by the government, away from the public eye, making the conditions even more dire. The people living in these shanty towns, known as Hoovervillas, faced harsh realities every day. They were not just dealing with the physical hardships of inadequate housing and poor sanitation, but also the emotional toll of being cast aside by their country. The conditions in Hoovervilles were dire. Families lived in tiny, cramped shacks that offered little protection against the elements. In the winter, temperatures could drop below freezing, and many residents suffered from exposure. The lack of running water or sewage systems meant that disease could spread quickly and sanitation was minimal. Children who were born in these communities had little access to education, healthcare, or any of the resources that might help them escape the cycle of poverty. Despite their dire conditions, Hoovervilles also became places of resilience. people found ways to support each other, sharing food, shelter, and resources. Local churches, charities, and community groups sometimes stepped in to provide assistance. In some Hoovervilles, small-scale economies sprang up, with people bartering goods and services to get by. Still, the reality was that for many, Hoovervilles were a dead end. The people who lived in these shanty towns had few options for improving their circumstances. As the Great Depression deepened, the sense of desperation among those living in Hoovervilles only intensified. The harsh conditions and lack of support from the government led to mounting frustration and anger. Many people who had once been proud, hard-working citizens found themselves in a state of helplessness, unable to comprehend how the country they had served could turn its back on them in their time of need. The political and social unrest in the Hoovervilles reached a breaking point in 1932 during what became known as the Bonus Army March. The Bonus Army was a group of over 20,000 worldly, war-eye veterans, many of whom had been promised a bonus for their service. The bonus, however, was not due to be paid until 1945, with the economic devastation of the Depression weighing heavily on them. These veterans and their families, many of whom had been living in Hoovervilles, marched on Washington, D.C., demanding that the government pay them their bonus immediately. The marchers set up camp on the outskirts of Washington, a tent city known as Camp Marks. They had a simple request: immediate relief. For many of them, this bonus was a lifeline, a way to feed their families and provide some measure of stability in an increasingly unstable world. Their cause gained public sympathy, and they were seen by many as symbols of the suffering that had overtaken the nation. However, President Hoover, who was already under intense criticism for his handling of the Depression, did not respond kindly to the marchers' demands. His administration viewed the Bonus Army as a disruptive force, and Hoover ordered the military to clear the encampment. In late July 1932, General Douglas MacArthur, accompanied by infantry, cavalry, and tanks, led an aggressive assault on the camp. The veterans were forcibly removed, their tents burned, and their makeshift homes destroyed. The confrontation between the Bonus Army and the U.S. military turned violent, and several veterans were injured or killed. The brutal suppression of the Bonus Army was a turning point in Hoover's presidency. The public outcry was immediate, with many Americans horrified by the treatment of veterans who had served their country in wartime. Hoover's image, already tarnished by his inability to effectively address the Depression, was irreparably damaged. The images of war veterans being driven out of their makeshift homes by the military would haunt him throughout the remainder of his presidency. The Bonus Army incident also highlighted the growing divide between the government and the American people. Many citizens, especially those living in Hoovervilles, saw the violent expulsion of the Bonus Army as a symbol of the government's indifference to their suffering. The widespread poverty and hardship, combined with the brutal repression of peaceful protests, sparked a wave of political unrest across the country. People began to demand more direct action from the government, calling for reforms that would address the needs of the unemployed, the homeless, and the disenfranchised. For many, in Hoovervilles, the Bonus Army's march was a wake-up call. They saw that the government was not interested in their welfare, and that they could no longer rely on traditional political institutions to address their needs. The failure of the government to act with compassion would fuel a growing desire for change. Change that would come in the form of Franklin D. Roosevelt's landslide victory in the 1932 election. The rise of Hoovervilles and the suffering of their residents marked a pivotal chapter in the history of the Great Depression, symbolizing the dire consequences of economic neglect and government inaction. However, the story of the Hoovervilles did not end with the election of Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1932. While the New Deal brought significant changes, it also highlighted the deep fractures in the American social and political system, which would forever alter the relationship between the government and its citizens. In the wake of the Hoovervilles and the Bonus Army protests, FDR's New Deal programs sought to provide relief to those who had been left behind by the economic collapse. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, and the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, were both central to Roosevelt's strategy to reduce unemployment and provide immediate assistance to the American public. These programs, which employed millions of Americans in public works projects, helped revitalize the economy and provided jobs to those living in destitution, including many former Hoovervillers. The New Deal's focus on public works, education, and infrastructure development began to restore hope to those who had been left in the shadows during Hoover's administration. For the first time, the federal government took on the role of direct intervention in economic recovery, providing not only jobs but also support for housing and public health initiatives. While Hoover had believed in minimal government interference, Roosevelt's administration recognized that the severity of the Depression required bold, collective action. One of the most significant legacies of the Hoovervilles was the shift in public opinion about government responsibility. Before the Depression, the idea that the government should directly intervene to provide for the needs of its citizens was controversial. However, the struggles of Hooverville residents and the mass protests that followed convinced many Americans that the old way of doing things, relying on self-sufficiency and market forces alone, was no longer enough. The suffering of millions had changed the social contract between the government and the people. The rise of the Hoovervilles also sparked changes in how the country viewed poverty and homelessness. In the years following the Depression, a growing awareness of these issues led to reforms in housing, welfare, and labor laws. The Social Security Act of 1935, one of the New Deal's crowning achievements, provided a safety net for the elderly, the unemployed, and families in need. The act represented a new understanding of poverty, not as a personal failure but as a societal issue that required collective responsibility and action. Although Hoovervilles themselves largely disappeared with the advent of New Deal programs and World War II, their legacy lived on in the new political and economic realities of America. The lessons of the Depression, particularly the recognition that economic hardship could not be resolved through individual effort alone, shaped the trajectory of the nation for decades to come. The New Deal reshaped the role of the federal government, establishing it as a more active participant in the lives of its citizens and paving the way for future social welfare programs. While Roosevelt's New Deal ultimately lifted the country out of the Depression, it was the Hoovervilles, their poverty, resilience, and suffering that had highlighted the need for change. They were a stark reminder that the nation's prosperity could not be built on the backs of the vulnerable without repercussions. The public's reaction to the Hoovervilles, the Bonus Army, and the government's failure to respond to the needs of its citizens in the early 1930s became the catalyst for a new era of government intervention and social safety nets. In many ways, the legacy of the Hoovervilles can still be seen today in the continued debates over government responsibility, welfare programs, and economic justice. The rise of these shanty towns, though a dark chapter in American history, ultimately led to a more compassionate and proactive approach to the well-being of the nation's citizens. How might the lessons learned from the rise and fall of Hoovervilles inform current discussions about poverty, homelessness, and government intervention in today's economic crises? The Great Depression not only caused widespread economic suffering, but also left an entire generation of young men struggling to find work, meaning, and a sense of purpose. By the early 1930s, unemployment rates were staggering, with millions of Americans unable to find work in a system that had failed them. For many young men, the future seemed bleak, with few opportunities for advancement and little hope for a better life. It was during this time that President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal introduced one of its most beloved programs, the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC. Launched in 1933, the CCC was designed to provide jobs for young, unmarried men between the ages of 18 and 25 who were desperately in need of work. The program's goals were simple but profound. Offer employment to those struggling with unemployment, contribute to environmental conservation efforts, and help restore national pride by giving young men the opportunity to rebuild their lives. The CCC represented a radical departure from the prevailing belief that government should not intervene in job creation, and it quickly became one of the New Deal's most successful initiatives. The CCC's work was rooted in environmental conservation. The young men who enrolled in the program were sent to rural camps, often in remote areas, where they were employed on projects that would have long-lasting effects on the nation's landscape. These projects included planting trees, building roads, creating parks, and fighting soil erosion, efforts that would help preserve the country's natural resources for future generations. At the time, much of the land in the United States was being overworked, and the Dust Bowl had exacerbated environmental damage, making the work of the CCC crucial. Young men who joined the CCC were paid a modest wage, typically $30 per month, of which $25 was sent home to their families. This was a critical source of support for many families who had been struggling to make ends meet. While the pay was low, the work provided more than just financial relief. It offered structure, discipline, and a sense of purpose. For many young men, joining the CCC was the first real opportunity they had to escape the poverty and despair that defined their lives before the Depression. The CCC not only gave men jobs but also helped to shape their future. The program provided participants with job training and life skills, allowing many to transition to careers in the public and private sectors after their time in the CCC. It gave young men a taste of what it meant to contribute to the nation's welfare, fostering a sense of national pride and communal responsibility. By 1942, when the program was officially closed, due to the onset of World War II, the CCC had employed over 3 million young men. They had built over 125,000 miles of roads, planted more than 3 billion trees, and helped to create more than 800 parks across the country. The environmental impact of their work was far-reaching, and their legacy is still visible in many of the national parks and forests we enjoy today. Yet beyond the physical work accomplished, the CCC became a defining experience for many of its participants. It gave them a sense of belonging, a place to be part of something larger than themselves. It was a source of hope for an entire generation of young men who had been left without options, and it provided them with a chance to contribute to the country's recovery from the Depression. The work of the CCC represents more than just a historical footnote. It was a turning point in how the US government saw its role in addressing both economic and environmental challenges. The program showed that with the right combination of federal intervention, public service, and community building, it was possible to offer solutions to some of the most pressing issues facing the nation. For the young men who joined the civilian Conservation Corps, the experience was often life-changing. These were boys and young men who, in many cases, had never ventured far from their small hometowns or families. The Great Depression had left them with few options, and the idea of joining the CCC, though challenging, offered them a way out. The opportunity to be employed, to contribute to the nation's well-being, and to learn new skills provided a sense of purpose that had been lacking in their lives for years. Life in the CCC camps was physically demanding. The work was often grueling, with long hours spent clearing land, building roads, planting trees, and constructing parks in remote areas far from home. Many of the camps were located in rural and sometimes harsh environments, and the young men who lived and worked there faced difficult conditions. The work itself was physically exhausting, and the camps were sometimes overcrowded, with minimal amenities. However, for many, the challenges of the CCC were outweighed by the sense of camaraderie and pride that came with being part of a larger effort. The boys who enlisted in the CCC often formed lifelong friendships with their fellow workers, drawn together by the shared experience of struggling to make a living during one of the hardest times in American history. The program instilled in them a sense of discipline, responsibility, and teamwork, skills that would prove invaluable in their later lives. In addition to the work, the CCC provided participants with opportunities to learn new skills. Many of the men were trained in agriculture, forestry, construction, and other trades. This training helped them find work later, either within the public sector or in the private sector. Some of the men who worked in the CCC went on to work for the US Forest Service or to become park rangers, using the knowledge they had gained during their time in the Corps to help preserve the nation's natural resources. Moreover, the CCC provided young men with the opportunity to travel. Many of them had never left their hometowns before, and for them, the idea of working in places like national parks, forests, and remote areas was a novel experience. The program allowed them to experience the vastness of the American landscape and to see parts of the country they never would have encountered otherwise. For some, it was a rare opportunity to experience life beyond the confines of their poverty-stricken communities. Yet despite the benefits, the CCC was not without its problems. The living conditions in the camps were often harsh, and the boys who joined were subjected to strict military-style discipline. They were required to adhere to a rigid schedule with little time for recreation or personal freedom. For some, this strict regimen, combined with the isolation and hard work, led to feelings of frustration and homesickness. Nonetheless, many participants found the structure and discipline of the program to be a source of stability in a chaotic world. The personal stories of those who participated in the CCC vary widely, but one common theme is that the program gave them a sense of dignity. At a time when millions were unemployed and struggling to make ends meet, the CCC allowed young men to stand on their own 2 feet. They were able to support their families with the wages they earned and to regain a sense of self-worth. The experience also allowed them to be part of something greater than themselves, contributing to the recovery of the nation and the preservation of its natural beauty. The impact of the CCC on this generation of young men was profound. It not only gave them the tools to build a better future for themselves, but also gave them a deep sense of pride in their work and their country. Many of those who had been part of the CCC went on to live productive, fulfilling lives. They became community leaders, veterans, business owners, and laborers, carrying with them the lessons they had learned during their time in the Corps. The legacy of the CCC endures in the many national parks, forests, and public works projects. It helped create, but its impact goes beyond the physical structures. The program helped shape an entire generation, providing them with a sense of purpose, skills, and experiences that would shape their futures. The lost generation of the Great Depression may have been forgotten by history, but the stories of the men who were part of the CCC live on, reminding us of the power of opportunity and the resilience of the human spirit. By the early 1940s, as World War II escalated, the need for the Civilian Conservation Corps began to fade. The country's focus shifted from domestic recovery to global conflict, and the demand for labor in the war effort meant that the CCC's services were no longer as critical. In 1942, the program was officially disbanded, but its legacy would live on in the national parks, forests, and public works projects that had been built and maintained by its participants. Though the program was dissolved, the work done by the CCC was undeniably transformative. It wasn't just the physical structures or the millions of trees planted across the country that left an impact. It was the broader, lasting effect that the program had on the men who participated in it and the country as a whole. The contributions made by these young men who had once been part of a generation lost to economic hardship were vital in shaping the modern American landscape, both physically and socially. The programs created by the CCC were essential in addressing the immediate needs of the Great Depression but their long-term contributions would continue to benefit the nation for decades. The forests and parks that the CCC helped restore are still vital to the nation's natural heritage, providing recreational spaces, preserving wildlife, and promoting environmental sustainability. The infrastructure developed by the CCC helped create roads and bridges that would be used by generations to come. The efforts of the Corps were also instrumental in addressing soil erosion, which had been a critical issue during the Dust Bowl, and the environmental legacy of their work continues to shape modern conservation efforts. Beyond their physical contributions, the young men who participated in the CCC carried with them the lessons they learned during their time in the program. The sense of pride, discipline, and resilience instilled in them helped shape their futures and the future of the nation. Many went on to serve in World War II, while others returned to civilian life and continued to work in fields related to conservation, construction, and public service. The training and skills they had gained in the CCC provided them with the foundation for success in their later careers. The impact of the CCC was not limited to the men who participated in it. The program helped change public perception of the role of the government in times of crisis. The idea that the federal government could play a direct role in providing jobs, supporting families, and protecting the environment became a foundational concept in American social policy. The CCC demonstrated the effectiveness of government intervention in addressing widespread unemployment and environmental destruction, laying the groundwork for future government programs aimed at helping those in need. The end of the CCC marked the end of an era. The young men who had been part of the program were no longer just unemployed and struggling to survive. They were contributors to their nation's recovery, proud of the work they had done. The CCC had given them an opportunity that had been denied to many in their generation, offering a path out of poverty and a chance to rebuild their lives. While the program may have ended, the legacy of the Civilian Conservation Corps lives on in the work it accomplished and the men who were part of it. The Corps provided more than just jobs. It gave young men the dignity and opportunity they needed to reshape their futures. The impact of the CCC can still be seen today in the parks, forests, and infrastructure it helped create. But its greatest legacy may be in the way it transformed the lives of those who served in it. As we reflect on the CCC's legacy, we must ask ourselves, how can we learn from its example in today's world? The challenges faced by young people today, especially in times of economic uncertainty and social upheaval, are not so different from those faced by the generation of the Great Depression. The lessons of the CCC show us that with opportunity, support, and a sense of purpose, individuals can rise above even the most difficult circumstances and contribute to the common good. How can we apply the spirit of the CCC to today's economic challenges, especially in terms of providing meaningful work and training for young people? And in a world grappling with issues like climate change, how can we harness the collective power of today's young people to tackle global environmental challenges, just as the men of the CCC did in their time? In the fall of 1918, a new and deadly strain of influenza, later known as the Spanish flu, swept across the globe, infecting 1/3 of the world's population. Unlike typical influenza outbreaks, the Spanish flu spread rapidly, causing widespread illness and death in a matter of months. The pandemic killed an estimated 50 million people worldwide, more than the number of deaths caused by World War I. It was one of the deadliest pandemics in human history, and it left behind an indelible mark on both the global population and the economy. The origins of the Spanish flu remain somewhat unclear, though it is believed to have originated in the United States, spreading through military camps before being carried overseas by soldiers involved in World War I. By the time the flu reached Europe and beyond, it had mutated into a particularly virulent strain capable of killing otherwise healthy individuals. Its high mortality rate among young adults rather than the elderly or very young was one of the most puzzling and terrifying aspects of the disease. What made the Spanish flu especially devastating was not just the rapid spread of the virus, but the fact that it arrived at the tail end of a devastating world war. Soldiers returning home from the front lines brought the virus with them, and it spread quickly to cities and towns around the world. Public health systems were ill-prepared to handle the scale of the epidemic, and many governments struggled to contain the disease. Cities were forced to close schools, theaters, and businesses in an attempt to limit the spread of the flu. Public gatherings were banned, and transportation was severely restricted. As the pandemic intensified, hospitals became overcrowded, and medical personnel were overwhelmed by the sheer number of cases. Despite the severity of the crisis, many nations remained in denial about the scale of the epidemic. Governments were hesitant to admit the full extent of the flu's impact, in part because it occurred during the final stages of World War I, when the focus was on military victory and not public health. As a result, the pandemic was often underreported, and many of the early signs of the outbreak were ignored. The economic impact of the Spanish flu was felt globally. Businesses shuttered, factories slowed down, and trade was disrupted. The rapid spread of the disease caused labor shortages as workers fell ill or died. Cities that were once bustling with activity ground to a halt as people stayed indoors, afraid of contracting the virus. In some cases, entire communities were paralyzed by illness, and the economy took a sharp downturn as a result. While the pandemic's toll on public health was devastating, its economic impact was no less severe. The Spanish flu came at a time when the world was already recovering from the effects of World War I. The war had strained economies across Europe, and the flu exacerbated the already fragile economic conditions. Unemployment rates surged, particularly in industries that depended on face-to-face interaction, like retail and transportation. The flu's impact on the global labor force caused supply chains to break down, further deepening the economic crisis. The pandemic also led to increased government spending on public health, which in turn strained national budgets. Governments were forced to allocate vast sums of money to control the spread of the flu and provide relief for those who were affected. But the economic impact was not limited to the immediate disruption caused by the pandemic. Long-term consequences included changes to labor markets, the closure of businesses, and a general contraction of global trade. Many industries, especially those tied to personal interaction, such as entertainment and retail, struggled to recover in the years following the flu's peak. As the Spanish flu continued to devastate populations worldwide, its impact on labor markets became increasingly apparent. The pandemic not only killed millions but also incapacitated millions more, creating a vast shortage of workers. This was especially damaging for industries already weakened by the aftermath of World War I. Factories, farms, and service industries, key pillars of many economies, found themselves without enough workers to operate effectively. In the United States, the flu exacerbated existing labor shortages, particularly in sectors that were essential for economic recovery after the war. Agriculture was one area hit particularly hard. Farmers struggled to maintain production as workers fell ill and died, and harvests were lost due to the inability to tend to crops. In cities, industries such as manufacturing, retail, and transportation faced similar labor shortages, which led to production slowdowns and, in many cases, plant closures. The flu had a profound effect on the ability of the economy to rebound, and it delayed recovery by several years in some industries. In addition to labor shortages, the flu had a direct impact on global trade. The spread of the disease disrupted shipping routes, both because of illness among sailors and the quarantine measures enacted by ports around the world. International trade slowed significantly, and countries faced difficulty importing and exporting goods. Markets that were already reeling from wartime disruptions were now further hampered by the pandemic, which made it even harder to return to pre-war levels of trade. The economic stagnation was compounded by inflation in some regions. As economies faced labor shortages, supply chains broke down, and demand for certain goods rose, causing prices to climb. This created a cycle of rising costs for essential goods such as food, clothing, and medical supplies, further burdening individuals who were already struggling due to the disease itself. For those still employed, the rising cost of living meant that wages were stretched thin, leading to an increased sense of economic strain. Another significant consequence of the pandemic was its impact on government finances. In countries like the United States, the UK, and France, governments had already spent heavily during World War I, and now they were forced to allocate additional funds for the public health response to the flu. The US government, for example, faced increased spending on hospitals, medical supplies, and the enforcement of quarantine measures. Despite these efforts, many governments were unable to fully mitigate the economic damage caused by the pandemic. Recovery would require not only public health interventions, but also a strategic response to labor market and trade issues, which many countries lacked the resources to address. The aftermath of the Spanish flu was felt for years. While economic recovery did occur, it was slow, uneven, and fragile. The global economic downturn that followed the pandemic did not ease until the onset of the Great Depression in the early 1930s, which would usher in another era of economic turmoil. However, the Spanish flu had already reshaped the way governments approached health crises, public health, and economic preparedness. The long-term effects of the flu also included shifts in public health policy and labor rights. Governments realized that such a widespread and disruptive disease could cripple an economy, and they began to pay more attention to the importance of investing in public health infrastructure. Public health became a priority for many governments, and the lessons learned during the Spanish flu were integral to future policies aimed at managing public health crises. Similarly, the labor shortages caused by the pandemic highlighted the need for better labor protections and the importance of securing workers' rights. In many countries, the pandemic influenced the creation of social safety nets and labor protections that would later become the foundation of modern welfare states. It wasn't just a matter of illness prevention anymore. Governments began to see that economic resilience also depended on having a healthy, well-supported workforce. The economic consequences of the Spanish flu reverberated across the globe for years. But perhaps the most lasting impact of the pandemic was its influence on public health policy, economic planning, and government intervention in times of crisis. While the flu was devastating in terms of human loss and economic disruption, it also acted as a catalyst for reform and reshaped how societies and governments would respond to future health emergencies and economic crises. One of the primary lessons learned from the Spanish flu was the necessity of public health infrastructure. In many countries, the lack of preparedness and the rapid spread of the virus exposed the weaknesses in healthcare systems that were not equipped to handle such a large-scale epidemic. Hospitals, which were already overwhelmed by war casualties, struggled to manage the influx of flu patients. Medical personnel, many of whom were also struck down by the virus, were in short supply. The pandemic made it clear that future health crises would require more robust and well-funded healthcare systems capable of responding quickly and efficiently. In the aftermath of the pandemic, many governments recognized the need to invest in public health infrastructure. This led to the establishment of more comprehensive health programs and the expansion of disease surveillance systems. For example, in the United States, the Spanish flu played a significant role in the establishment of the Public Health Service, which was later expanded to address a wide range of health concerns. The pandemic acted as a wake-up call for governments about the importance of public health systems, not just in preventing diseases, but in protecting the economy as a whole. the increased awareness of the importance of public health became a major influence on the development of social welfare policies in many countries during the 20th century. The economic recovery from the Spanish flu also taught important lessons about how society should approach resilience in the face of future shocks. The disruptions caused by the flu were significant, but they were not permanent. The global economy did eventually recover, but it was clear that certain steps had to be taken to ensure future stability. Governments learned that the economy needed safeguards, especially in times of national or global emergencies. Policies that encouraged resilience through job protection and social safety nets, such as unemployment insurance and public works programs, would be seen as critical responses to future crises. Another key lesson from the Spanish flu was the interconnectedness of the global economy. The pandemic demonstrated how quickly disease could spread across borders and how interconnected economies had become. As trade routes were disrupted, markets collapsed, and labor forces were decimated, the economic strain was felt globally. This realization laid the foundation for greater international cooperation in public health and economic recovery. Countries began to recognize that economic prosperity and security could no longer be fully achieved in isolation. This prompted the creation of global health organizations like the World Health Organization, WHO, as well as institutions like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, which were designed to stabilize and strengthen the global economy. The pandemic also forced social change. The flu affected nearly every aspect of daily life. Schools were closed, businesses were shuttered, and social gatherings were prohibited. In many places, this was the first time that governments enacted widespread restrictions on public life in such an overt way. The pandemic forced people to adapt quickly to new realities, and in some ways it accelerated changes in societal norms. For example, the flu played a part in the eventual rise of women in the workforce. With a large number of men falling ill or dying, women stepped into roles that had traditionally been occupied by men. This shift laid the groundwork for the broader social changes that would emerge in the coming decades, particularly as women gained more rights and opportunities in the workplace. Finally, the experience of the Spanish flu gave rise to a sense of community solidarity. Despite the death toll and the economic hardship, people came together to support each other. In many towns and cities, volunteers worked to help care for the sick, distribute food, and provide aid to those who had lost loved ones. This spirit of mutual aid and community support became an important part of the post-pandemic world. It reinforced the idea that collective action in times of crisis is essential for recovery. Though the Spanish flu was devastating in many ways, it ultimately shaped the modern world in profound ways. The lessons learned from this pandemic have had a lasting influence on how we approach public health, economics, and social welfare today. From improving public health systems to recognizing the importance of international cooperation, the legacy of the Spanish flu continues to guide us in managing the ongoing challenges of the modern world. As we continue to face global health threats, like COVID-19 and future pandemics, the lessons of the Spanish flu remind us of the importance of preparedness, community solidarity, and government intervention. While the Spanish flu devastated populations and economies in its time, it also transformed the way the world thinks about health, economic resilience, and the role of government in times of crisis. How can we apply the lessons from the Spanish flu in addressing today's global health challenges and ensuring that future generations are better prepared for unforeseen crises? In the early years of the 20th century, farming in the United States was a cornerstone of the economy. The country's vast expanses of fertile land had long provided the foundation for its prosperity, and agriculture was a way of life for millions of Americans. However, this idyllic vision of farming life would soon unravel in the face of a series of harsh blows, culminating in the collapse of agricultural America during the Great Depression. The 1920s, often remembered for its booming stock market and the cultural upheavals of the Jazz Age were, for farmers, a time of quiet suffering. Although the country was in the midst of an economic boom, the agricultural sector was increasingly struggling. During World War I, demand for American crops had soared, and farmers had expanded production to meet this need. However, as the war ended, demand dropped sharply, leaving farmers stuck with large quantities of unsold produce and plummeting prices. The farmers who had taken on heavy debt to fund the expansion of their farms were now left with little to show for their efforts, and many were on the brink of bankruptcy. In addition to financial difficulties, farmers in the Midwest and Great Plains were facing another, more insidious crisis. The land itself was beginning to show signs of distress. Overproduction, coupled with poor farming practices, had left the soil exhausted. Farmers, eager to maximize their yields, had overworked the land, removing its natural nutrients and destroying its capacity to support healthy crops. Without crop rotation or any restorative practices in place, the soil had become depleted, and its ability to sustain life was fading. But the worst was yet to come. In the early 1930s, a series of devastating droughts struck the central United States, particularly in the Great Plains. The dry conditions, combined with the loss of topsoil from years of overfarming, created a perfect storm for disaster. The land, once fertile and able to sustain generations of farmers, was now unable to hold water, and the crops began to fail. The wind, once a gentle breeze, now carried away the soil that farmers had relied on, turning the plains into a dust bowl of desolation. This marked the beginning of a silent yet profound collapse in the heart of America's agricultural industry. As crop after crop failed, farmers found themselves sinking deeper into debt. Banks, having already been reluctant to lend to farmers after the war, began to foreclose on farms at an alarming rate. In 1933 alone, over 1,000 farms were lost every day. The loss of homes, livelihoods, and the land itself devastated farming communities, particularly in the Midwest. For many farmers, the collapse wasn't just a financial crisis, it was a personal tragedy. The land had been their legacy, passed down through generations, and now it was slipping through their fingers. The emotional toll on these families was profound, and the social fabric of rural America began to tear apart as entire communities struggled to survive. The farmers, who had once been the backbone of the nation, now found themselves displaced, isolated, and without hope. The farm crisis was compounded by the broader economic collapse of the Great Depression. While urban workers faced unemployment, the rural poor faced a unique set of challenges. Without an industrial economy to fall back on, many farmers had no choice but to migrate to cities, hoping for work that was often scarce. Others, particularly in the hardest-hit areas of the Great Plains, became part of the Great Migration, traveling west to California in search of work in agriculture. The journey was long and arduous, and for many it ended in disappointment, as California's farmlands were already crowded with other displaced families. The farmers' struggle, however, did not go unnoticed. While the broader economic collapse seemed to leave many behind, their plight would eventually prompt government action. In response to the growing crisis, the Roosevelt administration passed a series of measures designed to address the needs of struggling farmers. These efforts, though not without controversy, would help reshape the future of farming in America. Members of society. By 1933, as Franklin D. Roosevelt took office, the plight of the agricultural community had reached a crisis point. Roosevelt, in his first days as president, recognized that something needed to be done not just for the farmers but also for the nation's economy at large. The collapse of agriculture had a ripple effect on the entire economy, from food production to jobs, and it was clear that without addressing this issue, the country would not be able to recover. In response to the mounting devastation, Roosevelt, and his administration introduced the New Deal, which aimed to provide immediate relief to farmers and support long-term recovery. Among the New Deal's most significant initiatives for farmers was the creation of the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, AAA, in 1933. The AAA sought to stabilize agricultural prices by reducing production. The logic behind this was simple. With overproduction driving down prices, the government would pay farmers to reduce their crop yields in order to raise market prices. The AAA paid farmers to leave land fallow, thus reducing the surplus supply of crops like cotton, wheat, and corn. While this measure helped boost prices for some commodities, it was not without controversy. Many farmers, particularly tenant farmers and sharecroppers, were excluded from the benefits. Large landowners received most of the compensation, while those who actually worked the land often received little support. Furthermore, the decision to reduce crop production led to hardship for many rural communities that depended on the crops for survival. The Farm Security Administration, FSA, established in 1937, was another crucial New Deal initiative that sought to aid farmers. The FSA provided loans to sharecroppers and tenant farmers, helping them to buy land and equipment. It also aimed to combat rural poverty by offering education and social services. The FSA's goal was not only to help farmers recover financially, but also to improve their quality of life by providing access to basic services like healthcare, education, and housing. While the FSA's efforts were helpful, its impact was limited by the fact that many small farmers were simply too far behind economically to benefit fully. The issue of land ownership and access to capital remained a significant barrier, and many farmers were unable to purchase their own land despite the government's assistance. Still, the FSA's work laid the groundwork for future agricultural reforms, and its legacy can be seen in the way the government continues to support rural communities today. The Soil Conservation Service, SCS, which was created in 1935, was another key piece of Roosevelt's plan to address the agricultural collapse. The SCS focused on preventing the erosion of the soil, which had been a major factor in the Dust Bowl. It encouraged farmers to adopt new farming techniques, such as crop rotation, contour plowing, and planting grasses to prevent wind erosion. The SCS worked with local farmers to improve their soil management practices and restore the land's fertility. One of the most significant outcomes of the SCS was its ability to educate farmers about sustainable farming techniques. Over time, these practices helped reduce soil erosion and allowed the land to recover. However, the recovery of the Great Plains would take decades, and the full impact of these measures was not felt immediately. Still, the SCS provided critical guidance to farmers during a time when they were desperate for solutions to the environmental devastation they faced. Despite the New Deal's efforts, the agricultural sector continued to struggle throughout the 1930s, particularly in the hardest-hit areas like the Great Plains. The Dust Bowl was far from over, and even as agricultural prices began to rise, many farmers found it difficult to return to profitability. The long-term damage to the land, coupled with the economic strain of the Depression, made it impossible for many to fully recover. In addition, many of the policies that were implemented had mixed results. The exclusion of tenant farmers and sharecroppers from much of the government assistance, for example, left many of the most vulnerable individuals without help. The New Deal, however, had one major success in that it fundamentally changed the relationship between the government and the agricultural community. It marked the first time that the federal government had taken an active role in directly supporting farmers through subsidies, loans, and agricultural programs. Before the Depression, farmers had been largely on their own, left to navigate the marketplace and the whims of nature. But the New Deal brought a shift in mindset. It established the idea that agriculture was vital not only to the economy, but to the well-being of the nation as a whole. The government's role in supporting the agricultural sector became a permanent fixture of American policy. The New Deal's agricultural policies, while not a cure-all, laid the groundwork for a modern, more sustainable approach to farming in America. Though the road to recovery for farmers was long and difficult, the actions taken by the Roosevelt administration marked a pivotal moment in the nation's agricultural history. The legacy of these programs is evident today in the way the federal government continues to support farmers and addresses issues like food security, conservation, and environmental sustainability. One of the most significant long-term outcomes of the New Deal's agricultural programs was the emergence of a more regulated agricultural economy. Before the Depression, American agriculture was highly dependent on market fluctuations. The overproduction of crops often led to sharp price drops, leaving farmers vulnerable to the unpredictable nature of supply and demand. The New Deal sought to address this instability by implementing price support mechanisms and setting production quotas through programs like the Agricultural Adjustment Act, AAA. The price supports established during the New Deal provided a safety net for farmers, guaranteeing them a minimum price for their crops, which helped stabilize the industry. While this was not a perfect solution and did not always benefit smaller farmers, it gave many larger-scale operations the confidence to invest in their farms and plan for the future. Today, this principle of price support is still seen in programs like crop insurance and farm subsidies, which continue to help farmers manage risk and ensure a stable food supply for the nation. Another lasting effect of the New Deal was the emphasis on soil conservation and sustainable farming practices. The environmental damage caused by the Dust Bowl was a wake-up call for the country. The Soil Conservation Service, SCS, created in 1935, played a crucial role in educating farmers on sustainable land management techniques. The use of crop rotation, reduced tillage, and the planting of windbreaks helped restore the land, ensuring that future generations of farmers could benefit from a healthier, more productive soil. Today, the principles of conservation and sustainable agriculture are deeply embedded in American farming practices. The SCS's efforts led to a broader movement towards soil conservation and the development of modern environmental policies that continue to shape the way crops are grown in the U.S. The lessons learned from the Dust Bowl also led to the creation of programs that address land degradation, erosion, and other environmental concerns which are vital to the long-term viability of agriculture. Furthermore, the Farm Security Administration, FSA's efforts to provide loans and support for tenant, farmers, and sharecroppers laid the foundation for more inclusive agricultural policies in the future. While the FSA's programs were limited by the socio-economic and racial inequalities of the time, they represented an early attempt to address the systemic issues that had long plagued the agricultural sector. Today, government programs still aim to support the most vulnerable members of the farming community, including smaller farms and minority farmers, through targeted assistance and grants. The legacy of the New Deal's agricultural programs also goes beyond policies and practices. It fundamentally changed the way Americans viewed the role of agriculture in society. Before the Depression, farming was often seen as an individualistic endeavor, with farmers left to navigate the marketplace on their own. After the New Deal, agriculture became recognized as an essential part of national well-being that required government support, long-term planning, and sustainable practices. This shift in perspective influenced not only agricultural policy, but also broader attitudes toward labor, economic intervention, and social safety nets. The story of the collapse of agricultural America during the Great Depression is not one of total loss or failure. It is a story of resilience and transformation. Though many farmers faced ruin, the New Deal's intervention and the policies that followed helped rebuild the agricultural sector, giving it a foundation on which to grow and modernize. The impact of the Great Depression on farming was felt deeply, but the lessons learned from that period ultimately contributed to the growth of a more robust and sustainable agricultural system. In today's world, as the agricultural industry faces new challenges such as climate change, global trade issues and a growing demand for sustainable food production, the legacy of the New Deal offers valuable lessons. The New Deal showed that government intervention can help stabilize industries in times of crisis, provide support to those most in need, and create long-lasting solutions to problems that might otherwise seem insurmountable. The agricultural policies put in place during that time continue to shape the way the US approaches farming, food production, and environmental conservation. As we face new challenges in the 21st century, we can look back on the struggles of the Great Depression and the agricultural recovery that followed as a testament to the power of collective action and thoughtful policy making. The farmers who lived through that turbulent time, though often forgotten in the broader narrative of the Depression, were integral to the recovery of the nation, and their struggles laid the foundation for the agricultural system we rely on today. How can we apply the lessons learned from the New Deal's agricultural policies to tackle modern challenges such as climate change, food insecurity, and the sustainability of farming practices? The Great Depression was a time of extreme hardship for many Americans, but for women, it represented both a challenge and a moment of transformation. While the economic collapse impacted everyone, rich and poor alike, the ways in which men and women were affected often varied, shaped by the rigid gender roles of the time. In the 1930s, the ideal of the male breadwinner and the female homemaker was deeply entrenched in American society, with women largely excluded from formal employment opportunities. However, as the Depression worsened, these traditional gender roles began to shift in response to the economic pressures families faced. For many women, the Depression meant taking on new roles in order to keep their families afloat. As their husbands struggled to find or keep work, women were increasingly called upon to contribute financially, despite the prevailing belief that a woman's place was at home, caring for her children and maintaining the household. Women who had once relied on their husbands' incomes were now seeking jobs in a desperate effort to survive. This marked the beginning of a dramatic shift in the American family structure as women stepped into new roles as breadwinners, caregivers, and community leaders. Women's employment during the Great Depression was largely shaped by the limitations placed on their work. While men were often prioritized for jobs, women were still able to find work, although the wages they earned were often far lower than those of their male counterparts. Many women worked in low-paying, low-status jobs in sectors like domestic, service, teaching, and retail. A large portion of women worked in roles traditionally seen as women's work, such as clerks, typists, or secretaries, positions that were often poorly paid but nonetheless provided a much-needed income to struggling families. At the same time, many women turned to homemaking as a way to economize and make do with what little they had. As food prices soared and wages stagnated, women had to get creative in finding ways to feed their families on small budgets. They grew their own vegetables, raised chickens, canned food, and recycled every possible resource. The victory gardens of the era became a symbol of women's ingenuity in the face of adversity. This was a time when women, more than ever, were called upon to use their domestic skills not only for the upkeep of their households, but for the survival of their families. Despite the economic hardships, many women found new opportunities for community involvement and solidarity. The Depression spurred the creation of mutual aid societies, women's clubs, and community kitchens, where women came together to share resources and support each other. In many ways, these communal efforts helped to preserve the sense of hope and unity that families needed to get through the darkest days of the Depression. Though women were stepping up to fill gaps left by the economic collapse, they still faced significant societal barriers. One of the most profound challenges was the pervasive idea that women should not be working outside the home. The notion of the cult of domesticity, which had dominated social expectations for women in the previous century, was hard to overcome. Many women who sought jobs during the Depression faced strong cultural opposition, with societal attitudes telling them that their place was in the home. Furthermore, the economic system of the time did not offer equal wages or opportunities for women, and they were often relegated to the lowest paying, least prestigious jobs. Despite these barriers, women's involvement in the workforce during the Depression laid the groundwork for the more significant gender role shifts that would come in the years following the crisis. The idea that women could work outside the home, even if reluctantly accepted at first, gained traction as more women joined the workforce and provided essential economic support to their families. As the Depression dragged on, more and more women began to break away from the traditional confines of the domestic sphere and enter the workforce. While their male counterparts struggled to find jobs, many women, especially those with fewer financial obligations or those from lower income backgrounds, sought work in factories, offices, and other emerging sectors that were seen as appropriate for women. This shift marked a dramatic departure from the societal norm, where women's roles were largely centered around home management and caregiving. The notion of women as breadwinners was not entirely new. Women had always worked, especially in rural areas or in family-owned businesses. However, the Great Depression pushed this idea into the spotlight in new ways. Women who had once been confined to unpaid domestic labor were now filling critical roles in the paid workforce. Many found employment in jobs that were deemed female professions, such as teaching, nursing, and clerical work. But as the economic landscape shifted, new roles were created in industries that had been previously closed off to women, such as manufacturing and public service. However, despite these advancements, women still faced significant challenges in securing equal wages. The wage gap between men and women remained stark, with women often earning far less than their male counterparts for the same work. For instance, women working in clerical jobs were paid only a fraction of what men earned for the same office work. This was exacerbated by the perception that women's income was supplementary to that of their husbands and not necessary for the family's survival. This idea persisted even as women increasingly became the primary breadwinners for their households. A crucial part of the story of women during the Depression was the rise of gendered work programs and their influence on the changing role of women in society. While the New Deal had programs aimed at addressing unemployment and poverty, they often excluded women or offered them fewer opportunities than men. Many women were relegated to relief programs that emphasized domestic skills and caregiving, reinforcing the notion that their work was valuable only in the private sphere. In contrast, men received assistance in public works and industrial jobs, which was seen as real jobs that contributed to the nation's economic recovery. Despite these barriers, many women worked tirelessly to support their families. For women who had lost their homes due to foreclosure or who had been abandoned by their husbands, survival meant embracing whatever work was available. Single mothers, in particular, faced some of the most difficult circumstances as they had to navigate both the limited job opportunities and the social stigma attached to working outside the home. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, women who had become breadwinners began to challenge the traditional view of women as dependent on their husbands. For many women, their role as breadwinners allowed them to gain a measure of economic independence and self-respect that had been difficult to achieve in pre-Depression times. This shift in gender roles was not always easy, however, and it brought about a complex mix of reactions. While some women relished the opportunity to contribute to their family's well-being in new ways, others felt the strain of the dual burden of work and home life. Women often had to balance long hours at jobs with the responsibility of caring for children, managing the household, and maintaining their traditional roles as caregivers. The Depression also led to the rise of women's rights activism, as women began to advocate for better wages, better working conditions, and equal opportunities in the workforce. Though this activism was not as widespread as in later decades, it set the stage for the feminist movements of the 1940s and 1950s, as women gained a new sense of purpose in their roles as economic contributors. As the 1930s gave way to the 1940s, and the country entered World War II, the importance of women in the workforce would only grow. The wartime economy would open up even more job opportunities for women, particularly in the manufacturing and service sectors, as men went off to fight. The legacy of the Great Depression and its impact on women's work would lay the foundation for the shift in gender roles that would characterize the 20th century. The Depression had forced a change that could not be undone, and women's economic contributions were now firmly established as part of the fabric of American life. The Great Depression was a crucible that reshaped gender roles in profound and lasting ways. For many women, the economic hardships forced upon them by the Depression not only challenged their traditional roles as wives and mothers, but also gave them a sense of agency and independence that would influence the rest of their lives. Women during this time became essential to the survival of their families, and in doing so they began to challenge and redefine the very notions of women's place in society. As women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers, they became a critical part of the economy's recovery. Their participation in the labor force, although often in lower-paying and less prestigious jobs, laid the groundwork for greater economic involvement in the decades to come. The social norms of the time, which had largely kept women at home or in limited roles, began to shift. Women's economic contributions during the Depression were a testament to their resilience and resourcefulness, demonstrating that they were not just passive recipients of social welfare, but active participants in the nation's survival and rebuilding. One of the most significant impacts of the Depression on women was the rise of female leadership in various social and political arenas. Although women were still largely excluded from formal positions of power in politics and business, their involvement in grassroots organizations and social welfare efforts was essential. During the Depression, women worked tirelessly in relief programs, community organizing, and charitable work, creating the foundation for future social movements. In many ways, the Depression pushed women to step into leadership roles as they led efforts to support the unemployed, feed their families, and fight for better wages and conditions. The experience of the Depression also paved the way for the second wave of feminism in the 1960s and 1970s. While the struggles of the 1930s were primarily focused on survival and immediate relief, the seeds of activism were planted in this era. Women who had worked outside the home during the Depression or participated in New Deal programs began to question the limitations placed on them. The shift in gender roles during the Depression made it more socially acceptable for women to pursue careers and advocate for equal rights. At the same time, the Depression helped redefine the concept of family life in America. As women entered the workforce in larger numbers, the traditional nuclear family model began to change. The role of women as economic contributors, not just caregivers, gradually shifted the focus of family dynamics. Women were no longer just seen as passive dependents of their husbands, but as active agents in the economic and emotional well-being of their families. This shift would continue into the post-World War II era, where more women began to demand both economic independence and the ability to pursue careers outside of the home. While the Depression's impact on women's roles in society was largely a response to necessity, the changes it brought were significant. Workplace participation, public life, and political involvement all saw an increase during and after this time. Though the economic recovery was slow, the transformation of gender roles accelerated in the years that followed. The Depression not only reshaped the way women worked, but also began the long process of dismantling traditional ideas about gender roles in society. The legacy of the women who lived through the Great Depression is profound. They became not only the backbone of their families, but also key figures in the national recovery. They faced incredible adversity and responded with unparalleled ingenuity and perseverance. Their role in the workforce, the household, and society at large would continue to evolve in the years following the Depression, contributing to the modern, more egalitarian society we see today. As we reflect on the lessons of the Great Depression and the ways in which women rose to meet the challenges of the time, we can ask, how can we continue to support women in times of economic hardship today? How can we ensure that women's contributions to the economy are equally recognized, valued, and compensated? By the time the Great Depression was in full swing in the early 1930s, millions of Americans found themselves out of work and unable to feed their families. The once thriving economy had collapsed, leaving a staggering number of people without income or the means to survive. For many, the image of the breadline became synonymous with the desperate struggle for basic survival. The breadlines were an inevitable result of widespread unemployment, which skyrocketed during the Depression, reaching an astounding 25% by 1933. As banks failed and businesses shuttered, people who had once held stable jobs found themselves without work and no means of supporting their families. The devastating financial collapse, combined with food prices that remained stubbornly high, left many Americans with no choice but to turn to the breadlines for help. Breadlines were set up in cities across the United States to distribute free food to the unemployed. Charitable organizations, including churches and local charities, stepped in to provide assistance, but they were often overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the crisis. Breadlines offered a meager hope for those who had nothing left, an opportunity to receive food, often a simple loaf of bread, and a bowl of soup, just enough to get through another day. For many, standing in a breadline was not just a physical act, but a deeply humiliating experience. The shame of relying on charity for food, particularly for those who had once been proud, hard-working citizens, was almost unbearable. Breadlines were crowded, disorganized, and often dangerous places where tensions could run high. Yet for those in need, there was no other option. In cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, breadlines became a part of the daily landscape, as men, women, and children alike waited for a small handout to stave off hunger. While the breadlines represented the immediate struggle for survival, they also became a visible manifestation of the economic inequality that had plagued the country for years. The Depression exposed the deep disparities between the rich and the poor, as many affluent Americans were largely unaffected by the economic collapse, while the working class and the poor found themselves destitute and struggling to survive. The breadlines also underscored the limited social safety nets that existed at the time. The idea of government-provided welfare was still in its infancy, and the federal government had little to no direct role in providing relief for the poor. The burden of feeding the hungry and caring for the unemployed fell largely on local charities and community organizations, which were often overwhelmed and underfunded. In the face of such dire circumstances, the breadlines became more than just a way to feed the hungry. They became a rallying point for social change. As people stood in line day after day, they became increasingly aware of their shared plight and the systemic failures that had led to their suffering. Many began to question why, in the wealthiest country in the world, so many people were being left to starve, and this led to growing demands for government action to address poverty and unemployment. The breadlines, which had become a daily reality for millions during the Great Depression, left an indelible mark on American society. While they were born out of desperate need, they became a symbol not just of suffering, but of resilience, solidarity, and ultimately social change. The collective experience of standing in those lines, whether for food, relief, or a semblance of hope, would lay the groundwork for transformative shifts in both public attitudes and governmental policies in the years to come. One of the most profound legacies of the breadlines was the transformation of the American social contract. Before the Depression, the prevailing belief was that individuals were largely responsible for their own welfare. Charity was seen as the primary means of assistance for those in need, and the government's role in providing for the poor was minimal. However, as the Great Depression deepened, it became clear that this system was unsustainable. The sheer number of people relying on breadlines and soup kitchens forced the public to recognize that an economic crisis of this magnitude required a more robust and compassionate response from the federal government. In response to this reality, the Roosevelt administration began to push for reforms that would provide long-term relief and prevent such widespread poverty from recurring. The New Deal became the cornerstone of these reforms, with programs like the Social Security Act, National Industrial Recovery Act, and the Works Progress Administration (WPA). These programs represented a seismic shift in the government's role, signaling an acknowledgement that the nation had a collective responsibility to care for its most vulnerable citizens. The idea of direct, government-funded relief, which had been foreign to many before the Depression, became a permanent part of American policy. The New Deal's emphasis on job creation, financial assistance, and economic regulation helped lift millions out of poverty and unemployment. The Social Security Act of 1935, for example, provided pensions for the elderly, unemployment insurance for the unemployed, and welfare for the disabled, initiatives that continue to shape the U.S. social safety net to this day. The WPA provided millions of jobs through public works projects, and the AIA aimed to stabilize agricultural prices, which had been one of the key causes of the agricultural collapse. But the government's intervention in the lives of everyday Americans did not come without resistance. Many conservatives and business leaders viewed Roosevelt's policies as an overreach of government power, arguing that they would undermine individual freedom and the free market. Nonetheless, the necessity of these programs and their success in alleviating widespread suffering eventually led to broader acceptance of the idea that the government had a responsibility to ensure a basic standard of living for all Americans, especially in times of economic crisis. Beyond the immediate economic and political changes, the breadlines had a cultural impact that reshaped American attitudes toward poverty and inequality. The visible spectacle of long lines of people waiting for handouts made it impossible for the public to ignore the reality of extreme poverty. It gave rise to a new sense of empathy for the poor and a recognition that their suffering was not solely due to laziness or personal failure, but to systemic economic forces beyond their control. The breadlines also sparked a redefinition of work and dignity. While many had once viewed being unemployed as a personal failure, the mass unemployment of the Depression made it clear that the vast majority of those waiting in line were hard-working, proud individuals who simply had no opportunities. This shift in perspective would eventually pave the way for future labor movements and calls for higher wages, better working conditions, and a more equitable distribution of wealth. Moreover, the sense of community that developed in the breadlines was powerful. People from different walks of life, farmers, factory workers, clerks, teachers, stood side by side in the same line. This common experience of suffering fostered solidarity among the most vulnerable members of society. The shared struggles during the Depression created a foundation for the political mobilization of workers and marginalized groups, and many of those who had experienced the hardship of the breadlines went on to participate in social movements, labor strikes, and political campaigns that sought to reshape the nation's economic and social landscape. The breadlines, in essence, acted as a mirror to the flaws in the American economic system, forcing the nation to face its inequalities. They symbolized the suffering of the Depression, but also served as a catalyst for social and political change that would reverberate for decades. While the breadlines eventually disappeared as the economy recovered, their legacy lived on in the expanded role of the federal government in economic welfare and in the growing realization that prosperity must be shared more equitably. As we reflect on the legacy of the breadlines, we can ask, how have the lessons learned from the Great Depression and the breadlines shaped our modern approach to poverty, unemployment, and social welfare? And in today's world where inequality remains, A pressing issue, what can we learn from the solidarity and empathy that emerged from those long lines? When Franklin D. Roosevelt took office in 1933, the United States was in the midst of the worst economic crisis in its history. Unemployment was high, banks were failing, and public confidence in the government was at an all-time low. People were looking for leadership and reassurance, and Roosevelt, recognizing the power of mass communication, turned to an emerging technology, radio, to reach out directly to the American people. The fireside chats, as they came to be known, were a series of radio addresses given by Roosevelt throughout his presidency. Beginning in 1933, the chats were a groundbreaking innovation in presidential communication, allowing Roosevelt to speak directly to the public in a manner that had never been done before. At a time when most Americans had access to radios in their homes, Roosevelt used this new medium to connect with the nation, offering calm, comforting, and often reassuring words in a time of crisis. The first fireside chat, broadcast on March 12, 1933, came just days after Roosevelt's inauguration, when the country was in the throes of the Great Depression. Roosevelt, in his characteristic calm and reassuring voice, addressed the nation about the banking crisis that had gripped the country. At the time, the nation's banks were in a state of collapse, and the public's trust in the financial system had evaporated. In this first broadcast, Roosevelt explained the steps his administration was taking to stabilize the banking system and restore confidence in the nation's financial institutions. What made Roosevelt's fireside chats so effective was their tone and style. Unlike previous presidents who communicated through formal speeches or impersonal statements, Roosevelt spoke to Americans as if they were sitting in their living rooms with him, hence the term fireside. His language was simple, direct, and filled with empathy, which helped to humanize him and make him more relatable. Roosevelt's ability to explain complex issues in ways that ordinary people could understand was one of the key reasons why his fireside chats were so successful. Roosevelt's use of radio allowed him to bypass the media filters and the political elite, directly engaging with the American people. In doing so, he built a personal rapport with the public and reassured them that they were not alone in their struggles. The fireside chats were not just about explaining policies, they were about offering hope and instilling a sense of shared purpose during one of the darkest periods in U.S. history. Roosevelt's fireside chats were not only an effective way to communicate policy, but also a masterclass in emotional leadership. At a time when many Americans felt abandoned by their government and helpless in the face of the economic disaster, Roosevelt's ability to speak directly to their fears and concerns provided them with a sense of connection and hope. The chats were a way for Roosevelt to bond with the public, offering them a voice of calm in a sea of uncertainty. One of the most remarkable aspects of Roosevelt's fireside chats was how he used empathy as a tool for leadership. Roosevelt understood that Americans were not just struggling with economic hardship, but also with emotional despair. His tone was not one of superiority or distance. Instead, he spoke as a fellow American who understood the pain and uncertainty that people were facing. For example, during the first fireside chat, Roosevelt reassured Americans that the government was acting in their best interest to address the banking crisis. He said, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself," a statement that became a rallying cry for a nation desperate for confidence and a sense of control. By acknowledging the widespread anxiety and fear, Roosevelt was able to foster trust in his leadership. He didn't just promise solutions, he shared the experience of facing an uncertain future and demonstrated that the government, under his leadership, was working to provide practical and emotional support. The fireside chats weren't only about explaining policies like the New Deal programs or financial reforms. They also provided a space for Roosevelt to speak to Americans as a compassionate figure who cared about their well-being. Roosevelt's empathetic tone in the fireside chats also reinforced his political ideology, which emphasized the importance of government intervention to protect and support its citizens. Roosevelt framed his New Deal policies not just as economic measures but as moral imperatives designed to restore dignity to ordinary people. By speaking directly to the public, Roosevelt redefined the role of the president and the government. His personal connection with the people was a key factor in his ability to galvanize public support for the sweeping reforms that defined his presidency. The fireside chats were a powerful tool in shaping public opinion and building a sense of national unity. The intimacy and sincerity of Roosevelt's voice created a sense of solidarity across the nation, as people felt they were part of something larger than their individual struggles. As Roosevelt discussed policies like the Social Security Act, the Wagner Act, and the Works Progress Administration, he not only explained their mechanics but also presented them as part of a collective effort to restore the country's moral and economic foundation. Perhaps one of the most important emotional impacts of the fireside chats was the way they provided a sense of stability in a time of instability. The daily rhythms of American life were deeply disrupted by the Depression, and many people were uncertain about the future. Roosevelt's consistent and steady communication helped to normalize the uncertainty. In a time when financial institutions were collapsing and unemployment was rising, Roosevelt's voice provided a beacon of reassurance. People tuned in to his fireside chats because they knew that the president would speak plainly, acknowledge their struggles, and provide them with some sense of direction. The effectiveness of Roosevelt's approach can be seen in the way the public responded. After each fireside chat, Roosevelt's approval ratings rose, and there was a noticeable shift in the public's attitude toward the New Deal programs. His use of the radio created a unique bond between the presidency and the people, one that had not existed before. Roosevelt's ability to communicate with the American people in this intimate and emotional way was one of the defining aspects of his presidency. The impact of Roosevelt's fireside chats extended far beyond the Great Depression. They fundamentally transformed the way presidents communicate with the American public and set a precedent for future leaders to speak directly to the people. Roosevelt's use of radio as a means of direct, personal communication was groundbreaking, and it is a legacy that continues to influence how presidents engage with the public today. Before Roosevelt, presidential communication was largely filtered through newspapers and formal speeches, making it difficult for the public to connect with their leaders on a personal level. The fireside chats broke down that barrier, giving Roosevelt the ability to speak directly to millions of Americans in their homes. It was a level of intimacy that had never before been achieved in American politics, and it created a powerful emotional connection between Roosevelt and the public. The success of Roosevelt's fireside chats paved the way for future presidents to use radio, television, and other modern technologies to engage with the public. John F. Kennedy, for example, used televised speeches to speak directly to the American people during times of national crisis, most notably during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Similarly, Ronald Reagan was known for his effective use of television and radio to communicate with the nation, especially during the 1980s. The fireside chats also marked a shift in how the public perceived the role of the president. Roosevelt's personal communication style made him seem more approachable and relatable, helping to shape the modern image of the president as both a political leader and a moral figure who could offer solace and hope during times of crisis. This concept of the president as a comforter-in-chief became a defining characteristic of American presidential leadership, particularly in moments of national tragedy, such as the aftermath of 9/11, when George W. Bush used televised addresses to offer reassurance and unity to a shaken nation. Moreover, Roosevelt's fireside chats helped to foster a sense of national unity at a time when the country was deeply divided by economic hardship. The ability of a leader to speak to the public in such a personal and empathetic manner created a shared experience for Americans, regardless of their social or economic background. This sense of unity became especially important during World War II, when Roosevelt continued his radio addresses to rally the nation's support for the war effort. The wartime fireside chats were pivotal in generating the morale needed to maintain national resolve during the difficult years of the conflict. In addition to its emotional and unifying impact, the fireside chats also had political consequences. Roosevelt's ability to directly communicate with the public allowed him to bypass political opponents and the media. It was a tool for shaping public opinion and securing support for the New Deal programs. When the media or political elites criticized his policies, Roosevelt used the radio to respond directly to the American people, explaining his ideas and defending his decisions. This gave him a powerful platform to control the narrative, a strategy that would be used by future presidents to engage with their constituencies. The fireside chats also marked a broader change in the role of mass media in politics. Roosevelt's use of radio demonstrated the potential of mass media to shape public perception and influence political outcomes. The power of radio, television, and, more recently, social media in shaping political discourse cannot be overstated. Roosevelt's success with the fireside chats demonstrated the ability of a president to use modern technology to create a direct line of communication with the public, a strategy that future leaders would come to rely on as they navigated the complexities of the media age. In the end, the fireside chats were more than just a tool for Roosevelt to communicate his policies. They were an essential part of his leadership during one of the most challenging periods in American history. Roosevelt's ability to connect with the public through the fireside chats created a lasting bond between the president and the American people. It helped to restore faith in the government, reassure a nation in crisis, and build the moral authority that Roosevelt needed to push through the New Deal reforms. The legacy of the fireside chats extends beyond Roosevelt's presidency. They set a precedent for direct presidential communication and have influenced the way every modern president communicates with the nation. Whether through radio, television, or social media, the ability to speak directly to the American people has become an essential part of presidential leadership. Roosevelt's innovative use of the fireside chats showed that, in times of crisis, a president's words could provide not only policy direction, but also emotional guidance, building the foundation for the kind of leadership that could bring a nation through its darkest hours. As we look at how presidents communicate today, the fireside chats serve as a reminder of the power of personal, direct communication between leaders and their people. Roosevelt's ability to comfort and inspire the nation through the radio is a lesson in the enduring importance of empathetic leadership, especially in times of crisis. In the early years of the Great Depression, one of the most unsettling phenomena that gripped the United States was the widespread bank run. As the financial system teetered on the brink of collapse, millions of Americans rushed to withdraw their savings from banks, fearing that their institutions were on the verge of failure. The panic spread like wildfire, and in the wake of the banking crisis, people's trust in the financial system was shattered. The roots of the bank runs can be traced back to the rapid collapse of the stock market in 1929, followed by the deepening economic despair that plagued the country. As unemployment surged and businesses shuttered, many Americans began to worry about the stability of the banks where they had deposited their life savings. In a system where banks relied on customer deposits to fund loans, the withdrawal of funds en masse was enough to create a cascade effect, leading to widespread bank failures. By 1930, the United States was in the midst of a banking crisis. Depositors, fearing the loss of their savings, began flocking to local banks in droves, demanding their money. However, many banks did not have enough cash on hand to meet the sudden demand, as they had loaned out most of their funds to businesses and individuals. The result was that many banks were forced to close their doors, leaving depositors with nothing. This triggered a vicious cycle. As one bank failed, customers of other banks worried that their institutions might collapse too, rushed to withdraw their own savings. The panic spread from town to town, leaving entire communities without access to their funds. The bank runs reached their peak in 1933, when it is estimated that over 9,000 banks across the country failed. In addition to the loss of personal savings, the failures of so many banks led to a massive contraction of credit, which deepened the economic crisis. Businesses that relied on loans could no longer get financing, leading to even more layoffs and closures. In effect, the collapse of the banking system played a significant role in prolonging the Great Depression, as it became nearly impossible for people to access the money they needed to weather the storm. The fear that the banking system was failing caused widespread panic and distrust. People's sense of security was shattered, and many questioned whether their money would ever be safe again. This lack of confidence in the banking system was a reflection of the broader fear that the country's entire economic structure was on the verge of collapse. As one of the most visible signs of the crisis, the bank runs became emblematic of the nation's loss of faith in its financial institutions. For many Americans, the banking crisis was not just a financial setback, but a deeply personal blow. To lose savings was to lose a piece of one's future and stability. As the public confidence in the financial system collapsed, so did the foundation of the American economic dream. People who had worked hard to build their savings found that their financial security had vanished in an instant. In a time when there were few protections for depositors, the fear of losing everything was very real. As the banking crisis deepened, it became increasingly clear that the federal government would need to step in to restore order and rebuild the public's trust in the financial system. Roosevelt, having just taken office in 1933, wasted no time in addressing the urgent need for banking reform. The collapse of thousands of banks and the resulting loss of savings had made it evident that the country's banking system was in dire need of fundamental change. Roosevelt's immediate response to the banking crisis came with his Emergency Banking Act, passed just days after his inauguration in March 1933. The act allowed banks to reopen under the supervision of the federal government, provided they had been deemed financially stable by the government's inspection. The bank holiday, Roosevelt, declared temporarily shut down the entire banking system, giving the government time to assess and restore confidence in the banks. When the banks were reopened, many Americans were still hesitant to trust the system, but the government's action provided a sense of order and stability that was sorely needed. One of the key components of the Emergency Banking Act was the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC. This new agency was established to insure deposits up to a certain amount, initially $2,500, so that in the event of future bank failures, depositors would not lose all of their savings. The creation of the FDIC was a revolutionary step in banking reform, as it guaranteed that people's money would be protected and restored public confidence in the banking system. In addition to the FDIC, the government also took steps to regulate the stock market to prevent the kinds of speculative practices that had led to the crash of 1929. The Securities Exchange Act of 1934 created the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, a government agency tasked with overseeing the stock market and ensuring that businesses and financial institutions adhered to fair practices. By requiring transparency and providing a regulatory framework for trading, the SEC aimed to restore trust in the financial markets and prevent future abuses. Roosevelt's reforms also included the Glass-Steagall Banking Act of 1933, which separated commercial banking, the taking of deposits and making of loans, from investment banking, the underwriting of stocks and bonds. The goal of this act was to prevent banks from engaging in risky financial speculation with depositors' money, something that had contributed to the banking crisis. It was designed to protect the savings of ordinary Americans and reduce the chances of another financial collapse. Together, these banking reforms were part of Roosevelt's broader vision of a new economic order, one in which the government would play a central role in ensuring the stability of the financial system and protecting the welfare of ordinary citizens. These measures not only helped to restore confidence in the banks, but also set the foundation for a more regulated financial system that would protect depositors and investors alike. While these reforms did not immediately solve the broader economic problems of the Depression, they helped to stabilize the banking system and prevent further collapses. By providing a framework of government oversight and insurance, Roosevelt and his administration demonstrated a new model of economic governance, one that prioritized public welfare over unregulated free markets. The Banking Act of 1935 also further solidified the government's role in economic regulation by strengthening the Federal Reserve System, giving it more authority to control the money supply and implement policies that could stabilize the economy. This move helped to prevent inflation and deflation, which had plagued the nation during the early years of the Depression. The banking reforms were a critical turning point in American history. They not only restored confidence in the financial system, but also marked the beginning of a new relationship between the government and the economy. For the first time, the federal government took an active and central role in regulating the financial system and ensuring that it operated in the best interests of the American people. The banking reforms of the New Deal had a profound and lasting impact on both the American financial system and the relationship between the government and the economy. Roosevelt's actions in response to the banking crisis of the Great Depression not only restored public trust in the financial system, but also laid the groundwork for a more regulated, stable, and inclusive economy. The reforms he implemented, such as the creation of the FDIC, the SEC, and the separation of commercial and investment banking through the Glass-Steagall Act, became foundational to the functioning of the U.S. financial system for decades. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, in particular, became one of the most enduring legacies of the New Deal. By insuring deposits, the FDIC eliminated the risk of losing one's life savings in the event of a bank failure. It was a revolutionary concept that reassured depositors and restored confidence in the banking system. Over time, the FDIC's role in regulating and insuring the financial sector became integral to the overall health of the U.S. economy. Even today, the FDIC continues to provide a safety net for millions of Americans, ensuring that the financial system remains stable, even in times of crisis. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, also had a long-lasting impact on the way financial markets were regulated. Before the Depression, financial markets were largely unregulated, and rampant speculation led to massive losses for investors. By creating the SEC, Roosevelt's administration provided oversight that would ensure transparency, fairness, and investor protection in the stock market. Over the years, the SEC has worked to prevent fraud, ensure that companies report accurate financial information, and uphold the integrity of the financial markets. Its role in overseeing Wall Street has been vital in preventing the kinds of abuses that led to the 1929 crash and subsequent economic collapse. The Glass-Steagall Act, which separated commercial and investment banking, was also a key element in preventing the kind of risk-taking behavior that had contributed to the banking crisis. By limiting the activities of banks and ensuring that depositors' money was not used for speculative ventures, Glass-Steagall helped to protect ordinary Americans from the dangers of financial speculation. While Glass-Steagall was eventually repealed in 1999, its principles continue to shape the way modern financial institutions are regulated, even if in different forms. The New Deal's banking reforms also fundamentally shifted the relationship between the government and its citizens. The idea that the government had a responsibility to protect its people's savings and ensure financial stability became a guiding principle of American economic policy. This shift toward government intervention in the economy not only redefined the role of the financial system, but also helped lay the foundation for future social welfare programs, including Social Security and unemployment insurance. Roosevelt's policies signaled a new era in which the government would actively work to prevent economic hardship and protect the interests of ordinary Americans. These reforms, however, were not without their critics. Some conservatives argued that government regulation of the financial system stifled free market competition and individual entrepreneurship. Others believed that the measures were too interventionist and led to the overreach of federal power. Despite the opposition, the reforms ultimately proved to be effective in stabilizing the economy and restoring public confidence. In the decades following Roosevelt's presidency, the banking reforms of the New Deal continued to shape American financial policy. However, the financial system would face new challenges, including the savings and loan crisis of the 1980s, the 2008 financial crisis, and the subsequent Great Recession. Each of these crises led to new debates about the role of government in regulating the financial system and protecting consumers. Despite these challenges, the core principles of Roosevelt's banking reforms, transparency, stability, and protection for the average American, remain central to how the financial system operates today. The events of the 2008 financial crisis, in particular, led to a renewed focus on financial regulation. In response to the crisis, the U.S. government implemented new regulations, such as the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act of 2010, which sought to address many of the issues that had contributed to the collapse of major financial institutions. While not a direct return to the policies of the New Deal, these reforms reflect the continuing importance of government oversight in maintaining financial stability. Roosevelt's banking reforms, which were initially designed to address the immediate crisis of the Great Depression, have become enduring pillars of the modern financial system. They not only protected depositors from the collapse of banks, but also established a framework for a more stable and secure financial system. The legacy of these reforms is felt today in the ways in which the government regulates financial markets, insures deposits, and ensures that financial institutions operate in the best interests of the public. As we face new challenges in the financial world, such as the rise of cryptocurrency, the growth of global financial markets, and the threat of economic inequality, it is clear that the lessons of the Great Depression and Roosevelt's banking reforms remain relevant. The need for strong oversight, transparency, and consumer protection continues to be a vital part of maintaining a stable financial system. Roosevelt's foresight in implementing these reforms helped build a more resilient economy, and his legacy in the world of finance remains as important today as it was in the 1930s. How can we apply the lessons of Roosevelt's banking reforms to address modern financial challenges, and how can we ensure that the government continues to protect consumers and maintain financial stability in the face of new economic uncertainties? In 1929, President Herbert Hoover was elected at a time when the American economy was riding high. His administration, which took office in March 1929, began with optimism. Hoover, a successful engineer and businessman, was widely regarded as capable of tackling any crisis. However, no one could have predicted the scale of the Great Depression that began just months after he took office, plunging the country into economic despair. When the stock market crashed in October 1929, Hoover initially took a measured, optimistic approach. He believed that the economy would correct itself, and he advocated for voluntary efforts by businesses to maintain wages and employment. Hoover's belief in rugged individualism, the idea that people should rely on their own resources rather than government aid, guided his response to the economic crisis. He feared that government intervention would lead to dependency and weaken the nation's capitalist principles. As the Depression worsened, Hoover attempted several measures to stabilize the economy, but his actions were seen as insufficient. He encouraged businesses to maintain wages, urged state governments to build public works projects, and signed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff into law in 1930, which raised tariffs on imported goods. However, these measures were poorly timed and ineffective. in combating the crisis. The tariff, in particular, triggered a trade war, worsening the global economic situation. Hoover's reputation continued to suffer as millions of Americans lost their jobs, homes, and savings. By 1932, nearly 25% of the workforce was unemployed. Public frustration with Hoover's handling of the Depression grew, and his image as a compassionate, effective leader began to crumble. He was increasingly viewed as out of touch with the struggles of ordinary Americans, and his refusal to directly intervene in the economy led to widespread criticism. Meanwhile, the suffering of the American people became more visible. Hoovervilles, the makeshift camps where the homeless and jobless lived, became a stark symbol of the nation's economic despair. These shanty towns, named derisively after Hoover, were a poignant reminder of the failure to alleviate widespread suffering. Hoover's inability to effectively address the crisis and his insistence on limited government intervention caused many to believe that he was no longer fit to lead the country. That a 1932 presidential election was shaping up to be a decisive moment. In American history, Hoover, despite his best efforts, had lost the support of the public. The nation was desperate for a new direction, and the battle for the American dream was about to take a dramatic turn. In 1932, at the height of the Great Depression, Franklin D. Roosevelt emerged as the beacon of hope for millions of struggling Americans. Running as the Democratic candidate, Roosevelt promised bold action and a break from the policies that had failed under Hoover's leadership. His campaign focused on hope, optimism, and government intervention to revive the nation's economy. Roosevelt's message resonated deeply with a populace that had been battered by years of unemployment, poverty, and despair. Roosevelt's vision was in stark contrast to Hoover's philosophy of limited government intervention. He believed that the government had a responsibility to directly assist its citizens during times of crisis. Roosevelt famously declared that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, and his reassuring words offered comfort to those who had lost confidence in the American system. His ability to speak directly to the people through the radio, particularly through his famous fireside chats, helped establish a personal connection that Hoover had lacked. Unlike Hoover, who believed that the economy would self-correct, Roosevelt embraced the idea of active government intervention in the economy. He understood that the country's problems were too vast and interconnected to be left to the private sector alone. Roosevelt proposed sweeping reforms that aimed to provide relief for the unemployed, create jobs, and stabilize the financial system. His plans, which came to be known as the New Deal, would radically change the relationship between the American people and their government. One of Roosevelt's first acts as president was to declare a bank holiday to close all the country's banks for several days, allowing the government to inspect their financial health. This immediate action, followed by the Emergency Banking Act, restored public confidence in the financial system. Roosevelt's quick and decisive leadership, coupled with his ability to explain his actions in terms the average American could understand, made him a reassuring presence during one of the darkest periods in American history. In his inaugural address, Roosevelt promised that he would not stand idly by while Americans suffered. He said, "I shall ask the Congress for the one remaining instrument to meet the crisis, broad executive power to wage a war against the emergency, as great as the power that would be given to me if we were in fact invaded by a foreign foe." Roosevelt's bold stance marked a departure from Hoover's more conservative approach and signaled that his administration would be more aggressive in tackling the Depression. Roosevelt's new vision for America was rooted in the belief that the government had the power and responsibility to provide for its people in times of crisis. This marked a dramatic departure from the laissez-faire policies of the past and ushered in an era of greater federal involvement in economic and social life. His vision promised a more inclusive and equitable future, where the suffering of the American people would no longer be ignored. In the election of 1932, Roosevelt's message resonated with a wide swath of voters, including farmers, industrial workers, African Americans, and immigrants, groups that had been severely impacted by the Depression. Hoover, on the other hand, had lost the confidence of the American people, and his campaign struggled to generate any momentum. Roosevelt's victory in the election was decisive, with him winning 57% of the popular vote and a sweeping majority in the Electoral College. The American people had chosen Roosevelt as their new leader, and with his victory came the promise of change. As Roosevelt entered office, he faced an enormous challenge: to not only restore the nation's economic stability, but also to re-establish trust in the government itself. His challenge was not just to fix the immediate problems of unemployment and poverty, but to offer Americans a new vision of the future, one where the government played an active role in ensuring that economic security was within reach for all citizens. The battle between Hoover's limited government approach and Roosevelt's belief in active intervention would shape the course of American politics for decades to come. Roosevelt's landslide victory marked the beginning of a new era, one in which the government became a central force in the lives of the American people. When Franklin D. Roosevelt took office in 1933, he inherited a nation mired in crisis. The Great Depression had stripped away the financial security of millions of Americans, and public faith in both the economy and the government had eroded. Roosevelt's New Deal, a series of ambitious programs and reforms, would become his answer to the economic despair and disillusionment that gripped the country. The New Deal was based on three main goals: relief, recovery, and reform. Roosevelt sought to provide immediate relief to those suffering from unemployment and poverty, to jumpstart economic recovery, and to reform the financial system to prevent future crises. His ideas marked a dramatic shift from Hoover's limited government approach, aiming instead to directly involve the federal government in managing the economy and improving the welfare of its citizens. One of Roosevelt's first actions was to address the banking crisis that had plagued the nation. In his first days in office, he declared a bank holiday, temporarily closing all banks to prevent further panic withdrawals. The Emergency Banking Act of 1933 allowed the government to inspect and reopen banks that were deemed solvent, and it quickly restored confidence in the financial system. This was followed by the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, which insured bank deposits, guaranteeing that depositors' savings would be protected even in the event of future bank failures. These steps were critical in stabilizing the economy and ensuring that the public could once again trust the banking system. In terms of relief, Roosevelt aimed to provide immediate assistance to those suffering from unemployment and poverty. The Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, the Public Works Administration, PWA, and the Works Progress Administration, WPA, were created to put millions of Americans to work on public works projects, such as building roads, bridges, and schools. These projects not only provided jobs for the unemployed, but also helped to modernize the nation's infrastructure, creating a lasting legacy that would benefit the country for years to come. Roosevelt also focused on agricultural relief with the creation of the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, PTMA. The AIA sought to raise agricultural prices by paying farmers to reduce production, which helped stabilize the farming industry. Despite some criticism for benefiting larger landowners more than tenant farmers, the program played a role in stabilizing crop prices and addressing the economic struggles of rural America. The New Deal also sought to reform the financial system to prevent future economic collapses. The Securities Exchange Act of 1934 created the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, to regulate the stock market and prevent fraudulent practices. Roosevelt also enacted the Glass-Steagall Act, which separated commercial and investment banking to reduce the risks of speculation. These reforms, along with the creation of the Social Security Act in 1935, which provided pensions for the elderly and unemployment insurance for workers, were designed to create a more secure and stable economic system. However, Roosevelt's New Deal was not without its critics. Conservative opponents argued that the expansion of federal power and government intervention in the economy would undermine the principles of capitalism and individual freedom. Some believed that the government should not be so involved in regulating business, and that the New Deal's programs were too radical and expensive. On the other hand, many on the left felt that the New Deal did not go far enough in addressing income inequality and the plight of the working class. Some even called for more direct government control of the economy, which Roosevelt resisted. Despite the controversy, the New Deal's impact on American society was profound. It not only provided immediate relief to millions, but also reshaped the relationship between the government and its citizens. The New Deal was based on the belief that the government had a moral obligation to intervene in times of crisis to ensure the welfare of the people. This new role of government would become a permanent feature of American life, influencing future social programs and policies. Roosevelt's leadership also revived the American ideal of the American dream, but with a new twist. While the traditional American dream had emphasized individual effort and self-reliance, the New Deal emphasized that the government had a responsibility to create the conditions for economic opportunity and security for all. The New Deal represented a broader vision of the American dream, one where prosperity and opportunity were not just individual goals, but collective responsibilities. In the long run, the New Deal's legacy continued to influence American politics, economics and social policy long after Roosevelt left office. The programs and reforms he implemented were not only instrumental in lifting the country out of the Great Depression, but also laid the groundwork for the welfare state that would become a hallmark of modern American governance. Roosevelt's New Deal also established a new political alignment in the United States. His policies and the programs he introduced garnered the support of labor unions, minorities, farmers, and immigrants who saw the New Deal as a path to social and economic justice. The coalition of groups that Roosevelt built during the 1930s would continue to shape American politics throughout much of the 20th century, solidifying the Democratic Party's position as the party of the working class and marginalized communities. Roosevelt's leadership during the Great Depression and his implementation of the New Deal demonstrated the power of active government intervention in times of crisis. His ability to navigate the challenges of the Depression and inspire hope among a nation in despair earned him the enduring loyalty of the American people. His presidency transformed the relationship between the American people and their government, creating a legacy that continues to resonate today. How can the lessons of Roosevelt's New Deal continue to guide today's efforts to address economic inequality, unemployment, and the role of government in providing for the welfare of its citizens? The Dust Bowl, a catastrophic environmental disaster that spanned much of the Great Plains, intensified the already dire conditions of the Great Depression for millions of Americans. Stretching across regions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Colorado, the Dust Bowl was a natural calamity that ravaged farmlands, uprooted families, and turned thriving agricultural communities into barren wastelands. The disaster, which began in the early 1930s, compounded the suffering already caused by the Depression and pushed struggling families to the brink. The Dust Bowl's origins were tied to a combination of human and environmental factors. During the early 20th century, farmers in the Great Plains had plowed up the native grasses that held the soil in place. The region, already prone to drought, was increasingly vulnerable to soil erosion. As mechanized farming methods became more widespread in the 1920s, farmers sought to increase crop production, often planting crops like wheat in vast, uninterrupted fields. This overproduction, combined with years of drought, left the soil depleted and fragile. In 1931, the first major dust storms hit the region. The storms were so powerful that they would blanket entire towns in thick clouds of dirt, turning day into night. These black blizzards, as they came to be known, caused immense damage to crops, homes and health. The winds, gusting at speeds up to 60 miles per hour, carried the loose, dry soil across hundreds of miles, forcing many families to leave their homes. In addition to destroying farms, the dust storms caused severe respiratory problems, particularly for children and the elderly. The term dust pneumonia became common as dust inhalation led to widespread health issues. By 1934, the situation had worsened significantly. The number of dust storms increased, and agricultural production plummeted. Crops like wheat, corn, and cotton, once the backbone of the region's economy, failed completely. Farmers who had invested everything into their land were now faced with ruin. The toll was devastating. In some areas, entire communities disappeared as people were forced to abandon their land and seek new opportunities elsewhere. The Dust Bowl's effects were felt far beyond the Great Plains. The destruction of farms not only deepened the financial crises caused by the Depression, but also triggered a massive migration. Families who had spent generations on the land found themselves with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The exodus from the Great Plains, known as the Dust Bowl migration, became one of the most significant internal migrations in American history. Many of the displaced people, often referred to as Okies, though many were from Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri as well, packed up their belongings and set out in search of a better life. Some headed west to California, while others sought refuge in cities like Denver and Chicago. They traveled in old cars, trucks, and even horse-drawn wagons, carrying with them their hopes for survival and the dream of a fresh start. The exodus to California became symbolic of their quest for opportunity, as many believed the state's fertile land and booming agriculture would offer them a chance to rebuild their lives. As the dust storms continued to devastate the Great Plains, thousands of families, driven by the hope of a better life, packed up their meager belongings and set out for the west. The journey was long, treacherous, and often filled with hardship. For many, the Dust Bowl migration to California became a symbol of both despair and hope as they searched for work and a new beginning in a state that promised economic opportunity. The road to California was not easy. Many of the migrants, known as Okies, were forced to sell their possessions or leave them behind as they were unable to carry anything more than what was essential for survival. The Route 66, often called the Mother Road, became the path most traveled, though the journey was far from straightforward. The migrants faced numerous challenges, including poverty, exploitation, and even hostility. The migration was a response to the desolate conditions at home, but the migrants were ill-prepared for the realities they would face when they arrived in California. The California dream was a powerful force. Migrants believed that the state, known for its fertile agricultural lands, would offer them a chance to find work and start over. However, upon arrival, many were met with a harsh reality. California's agricultural industry, which had once promised jobs for all, was already struggling with labor shortages and competition for work. The state's farmers, grappling with the influx of new workers, were often unwilling to hire the migrants, and those who did were known to pay the newcomers low wages for grueling work. Many of the migrants ended up in migrant labor camps where living conditions were overcrowded and unsanitary. These camps, often set up by agricultural employers, were no better than the makeshift shelters they had left behind in the Dust Bowl states. In these camps, families lived in tiny, poorly constructed shacks with limited access to food, water, or health care. The migrants, many of whom had been farmers or laborers, found themselves in a bitter cycle of unemployment and exploitation. They were often forced to work long hours in the fields, harvesting crops for meager pay, all the while struggling to make ends meet. The hostile reception they faced in California did little to quell their desire to stay. Many migrants, despite the difficulties, remained determined to make a living, convinced that they could still rebuild their lives. For many, The idea of returning home to the Dust Bowl states was unthinkable. Having already lost everything, they could not bear the thought of going back to a place where hope seemed to have run out. Despite the hardships, the Dust Bowl migrants helped to shape California's agricultural landscape in profound ways. The sheer number of migrants created an influx of labor that was critical to the survival of the state's agricultural economy. They worked in cotton, citrus, and fruit orchards, often under exploitative conditions, but their labor ensured that crops were harvested and that California's agricultural output remained high. Yet as the years passed, tensions between the migrants and local populations grew. The migrants were seen by some as outsiders, even as their labor sustained the state's agricultural economy. Hostility toward the Dust Bowl migrants, particularly from locals who were already struggling during the Depression, increased. They were often blamed for low wages and poor working conditions, even though they were merely trying to survive. The term Okie became a derogatory label for the migrants, and they were often depicted as unskilled, poor, and undesirable. In some cases, communities even organized to drive the migrants away from their towns and camps. In addition to the hostility they faced from locals, the migrants were also subjected to government policies that sought to limit their access to aid. The federal government at the time did little to directly assist the migrants. While New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, WPA, offered some employment, many migrants were excluded from relief efforts due to their status as outsiders. As a result, many of the migrant families had to rely on local charity, organizations which were already stretched thin from the demands of the broader Depression. The Dust Bowl. Migration represents a chapter in American history marked by extreme hardship, resilience, and the quest for a better life. Though the migrants who left the Great Plains in search of work in California faced tremendous obstacles, their legacy is one of determination, hope, and community. Despite the many challenges they faced, including exploitation, discrimination, and poverty, the migrants of the Dust Bowl left an indelible mark on the regions they passed through and the industries they worked in. Over time, many of the migrants who had once struggled in the fields of California were able to find stability and establish roots. While the conditions they encountered were far from ideal, the perseverance and ingenuity of the Dust Bowl migrants allowed many to rebuild their lives. They eventually became part of the fabric of California's agricultural workforce, and their labor contributed to the continued growth of the state's economy. While they were often treated poorly by local residents and employers, the migrants' work in the fields was essential in keeping California's agricultural industry running smoothly. The migration also led to lasting social and cultural changes. As more and more migrants settled in California, they brought with them their values, traditions, and culture, contributing to the state's growing diversity. Over time, many migrant families were able to buy land and establish small farms of their own, creating the foundation for future generations of migrant farmers who would continue to work in California's fields. The Dust Bowl also left a lasting environmental legacy. Although the initial years of the migration were marked by environmental devastation and widespread drought, the event ultimately led to changes in farming practices that aimed to prevent future soil erosion and environmental degradation. The federal government introduced measures to promote soil conservation and sustainable farming practices, which helped restore some of the land that had been destroyed during the Dust Bowl years. Programs like the Soil Conservation Service, SCS, which had been established during the New Deal, played a key role in educating farmers on more responsible and sustainable agricultural methods. However, the struggles of the Dust Bowl migrants did not fade from public memory. Their story was immortalized in literature, film, and art, most famously in John Steinbeck's novel, The Grapes of Wrath. Published in 1939, the book depicted the harsh realities of the migration and the exploitation faced by the Okies, bringing national attention to their plight. The novel became an important part of the broader cultural conversation about the Depression and the inequities of American society. Steinbeck's portrayal of the Joad family's journey westward resonated deeply with readers and helped humanize the migrants who had once been seen as anonymous and faceless. The migrant workers' plight also contributed to the rise of labor movements in California and the broader United States. The hardships faced by migrant families led to greater awareness of the exploitation of farm workers, and this eventually sparked labor organizing efforts that would help improve conditions for agricultural workers in the following decades. The creation of unions like the United Farm Workers, UFW, in the 1960s led by Cesar Chavez was in part a direct response to the struggles of migrant farm workers, many of whom were the descendants of Dust Bowl migrants. While many of the migrants of the 1930s eventually settled into California's agricultural economy, their story remains a reminder of the economic inequality and environmental mismanagement that had contributed to the crisis. The Dust Bowl served as a stark warning of the dangers of over-farming and the need for environmental stewardship, a lesson that continues to resonate in modern discussions about climate change, agricultural sustainability, and land conservation. Today, the legacy of the Dust Bowl migration is still felt in the communities that were shaped by the migrants' resilience and determination. The San Joaquin Valley in California, which was one of the primary destinations for Dust Bowl migrants, is now one of the most productive agricultural regions in the world. The contributions of these migrants who built new lives out of the dust and despair continue to sustain the agricultural industry and provide the foundation for future generations of farm workers and agricultural laborers. The story of the Dust Bowl migrants is one of survival against overwhelming odds. It is a testament to the human spirit's ability to endure and rebuild in the face of environmental and economic devastation. Their migration from the Great Plains to California is an enduring symbol of the American dream, a dream that, even in the darkest of times, continues to inspire those who are determined to build a better future, no matter the obstacles in their way. As we look back on the legacy of the Dust Bowl and the migration it sparked, we must ask, how can we learn from the experiences of these migrants to address the challenges facing today's displaced populations and communities affected by environmental crises? When Franklin D. Roosevelt took office in 1933, the United States was in the midst of the worst economic crisis in its history. Unemployment had soared to nearly 25%. Banks were failing, businesses were closing, and millions of Americans were struggling to survive. Roosevelt's promise of a New Deal for the American people aimed to restore confidence, provide immediate relief, and ultimately revitalize the economy. The sweeping reforms he introduced reshaped the American economy and fundamentally changed the relationship between the government and its citizens. At the heart of Roosevelt's New Deal was a belief in government intervention as a necessary tool to address the challenges of the Depression. Unlike previous administrations that adhered to a more hands-off approach, Roosevelt's government actively worked to stabilize the economy, protect the vulnerable, and create opportunities for recovery. Roosevelt famously declared in his inaugural address that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, and his approach to recovery was based on the idea that collective action, led by the federal government, could pull the nation out of crisis. The New Deal aimed to achieve three main goals: relief, recovery, and reform. Relief efforts were intended to provide immediate assistance to the unemployed, the homeless, and the poor. Recovery initiatives focused on rebuilding the economy, particularly through public works and job creation. Reform policies sought to prevent future economic disasters by regulating the financial system and ensuring that vulnerable Americans would be protected against future crises. Roosevelt's immediate actions focused on stabilizing the banking system and providing direct relief to those suffering. In his first days in office, he declared a bank holiday, temporarily closing all banks to prevent further panic withdrawals and allowing the government to inspect their financial health. The Emergency Banking Act of 1933 allowed the government to reopen only solvent banks and reassured the public that their savings was safe. This action restored confidence in the financial system and set the tone for Roosevelt's broader economic recovery plan. Another key piece of Roosevelt's relief program was the creation of the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, which put young men to work on public projects like building parks, roads, and flood control systems. The Public Works Administration, PWA, and the Works Progress Administration, WPA, created millions of jobs through massive public infrastructure projects that modernized the country's physical landscape while providing income for the unemployed. These efforts provided immediate relief to millions and began the long process of economic recovery. While the immediate relief programs of Roosevelt's New Deal provided vital assistance during the worst years of the Depression, Roosevelt's broader vision was focused on long-term recovery and reform. He understood that to prevent another economic disaster, the U.S. economy needed to be restructured. The reforms introduced during the New Deal not only helped stabilize the nation's financial system, but also laid the foundation for the modern welfare state, expanded social protections, and regulated financial markets to prevent future instability. One of the most important reforms was the creation of the Social Security Act of 1935, which provided a safety net for the elderly, the unemployed, and the disabled. The Social Security program marked the first time in American history that the government took on the responsibility of providing financial support for citizens in their old age or during periods of unemployment. This was a significant departure from the previous belief that individuals were solely responsible for their own welfare. Social Security would go on to become one of the most enduring and popular programs in American history, providing economic security for generations of Americans. Another major reform was the Glass-Steagall Act, which separated commercial banking from investment banking. This reform was designed to prevent the speculative practices that had contributed to the stock market crash of 1929, by ensuring that commercial banks could not engage in risky stock market investments with depositors' money. Glass-Steagall aimed to protect the savings of ordinary Americans from the kinds of reckless speculation that had triggered the Great Depression. While Glass-Steagall was repealed in 1999, its principles continued to shape banking regulation until its removal. The Securities Exchange Act of 1934 created the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, which was tasked with regulating the stock market and protecting investors from fraud. The SEC enforced transparency in financial reporting and ensured that companies adhered to fair practices. By holding companies accountable for their actions and promoting transparency, the SEC played a crucial role in rebuilding trust in the financial system. Roosevelt's reforms also extended to the agricultural sector, where the Agricultural Adjustment Act, TAA, sought to stabilize crop prices and help struggling farmers. The ALA paid farmers to reduce production in order to raise agricultural prices, which had been driven down by overproduction. While the program faced criticism for benefiting larger landowners more than tenant farmers, it played a significant role in stabilizing the agricultural market and providing relief to farmers during a difficult period. In addition to these economic reforms, Roosevelt's New Deal represented a philosophical shift in the role of government. It was the first time the U.S. government took such an active role in regulating the economy, providing welfare, and ensuring basic economic security for its citizens. Roosevelt's New Deal marked the beginning of what would become the modern welfare state, where the government is seen as responsible for protecting its citizens from the worst economic downturns and ensuring that all people have access to basic social services. While the New Deal did not end the Depression, it provided the framework for recovery. By the end of the 1930s, the U.S. economy had stabilized and employment began to rise as New Deal programs provided jobs and economic relief. The introduction of federal regulation in industries like banking, agriculture, and labor helped to stabilize the economy and ensure that future financial crises could be avoided. The reforms of the New Deal had a lasting impact on American society as they transformed the relationship between the government and its citizens. Roosevelt's vision for a more active and compassionate government helped to expand the role of the federal government in people's daily lives, setting the stage for future programs like Medicare and Medicaid, as well as the continued evolution of Social Security. The New Deal was more than just a series of temporary programs. It fundamentally reshaped the American economy and established a new relationship between the federal government and its citizens. While many of the specific programs of the New Deal were phased out over time or adapted to new circumstances, the core ideas of economic regulation, social safety nets, and government intervention in times of crisis became permanent features of the U.S. system. Roosevelt's vision of an active government that could protect the welfare of its people during times of economic hardship has had lasting effects, influencing not only future policies but the very structure of the modern American economy. Perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of the New Deal was the expansion of the federal government's role in regulating the economy. Before Roosevelt, the prevailing belief was that the government should maintain a limited role in economic matters and that the free market should largely dictate the fate of businesses, individuals, and financial institutions. However, the Great Depression exposed the flaws in this system, demonstrating the dangers of an unregulated economy. Roosevelt's policies, through agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, and the Federal Reserve, created a system of checks and balances that helped ensure that businesses and banks operated fairly and transparently. The creation of the Social Security system was another monumental achievement of the New Deal that has had a lasting impact on the American economic landscape. Social Security provided a safety net for the elderly, the unemployed, and the disabled, groups that were most vulnerable during the Depression. By guaranteeing income for these groups, Roosevelt's administration established the principle of shared responsibility, that the government had an obligation to protect its citizens from economic hardships, particularly in old age or during periods of unemployment. The program, now expanded and serving millions of Americans, has become one of the most popular and successful federal programs, securing the financial well-being of countless families and helping to reduce poverty among the elderly. The New Deal also led to the modern labor movement's rise, with major reforms such as the National Industrial Recovery Act, NERA, and the Wagner Act. These pieces of legislation empowered labor unions and guaranteed workers' rights to organize and bargain collectively. The Wagner Act, in particular, recognized the right of workers to join unions and mandated that employers engage in good faith bargaining with labor representatives. As a result, the New Deal set in motion the growth of organized labor in the United States, leading to better working conditions, higher wages, and the creation of the middle class, a demographic that would become the foundation of American economic prosperity throughout the 20th century. Another key legacy of the New Deal is its approach to social welfare and public assistance. Roosevelt's reforms paved the way for future federal welfare programs that would provide a safety net for Americans in times of need. Programs such as Medicaid, Medicare, and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, commonly known as food stamps, are part of the framework of social safety nets that Roosevelt began to establish during the New Deal. These programs have been integral in reducing poverty and ensuring access to health care and nutrition for the most vulnerable members of society. The New Deal's focus on infrastructure development has also left a tangible mark on the American landscape. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, and the Public Works Administration, PWA, built roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and public buildings that transformed the nation's infrastructure. These projects not only provided immediate jobs for millions of unemployed Americans, but also laid the foundation for the post-World War II economic boom. The WPA's contributions to the nation's infrastructure are still visible today in the roads we drive, the schools we attend, and the public buildings we use. Though the New Deal did not end the Great Depression, it provided the tools for long-term recovery. The Second World War, which began in 1939, provided the final push that lifted the US out of the Depression, as war production created jobs and economic growth. However, the New Deal reforms had already established the framework for a more stable and inclusive economy, and the country's recovery from the Depression was in part a direct result of Roosevelt's efforts. Roosevelt's vision for America was one where the government would play an active role in ensuring that all citizens had the opportunity to succeed, and his policies paved the way for the modern welfare state. The New Deal also laid the groundwork for the political alignment that would dominate U.S. politics for much of the 20th century. The Democratic Party, under Roosevelt, became associated with social and economic reform, labor rights and government intervention in the economy, while the Republican Party remained committed to free market principles and limited government intervention. This political divide continues to shape American politics to this day. Roosevelt's New Deal policies not only helped to rebuild the American economy in the aftermath of the Great Depression, but also reshaped the nation's economic and social fabric. They helped establish a vision of the United States as a country where the government has a responsibility to protect and support its citizens, ensuring that all Americans have access to basic economic security and opportunities for prosperity. As we face new challenges in the 21st century, such as income inequality, climate change, and economic instability, the lessons of the New Deal continue to resonate. Roosevelt's belief in government intervention to ensure economic fairness and social justice remains relevant today, offering a blueprint for addressing the complex issues of our time. By the end of the Great Depression, the United States had undergone dramatic transformations. Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal programs had reshaped the nation's economic landscape, providing relief to the unemployed, stabilizing the banking system, and establishing social welfare programs that would continue to support Americans for generations. Yet, despite these monumental efforts, it was clear that full recovery would require more than just government intervention. It would take a fundamental restructuring of the American economy. The United States emerged from the Depression with a more active federal government, a redefined role for labor, and an expanded social safety net. However, the real turning point came with the onset of World War II. The war, which began in 1939, provided the United States with the opportunity to rebuild its industrial base and fully recover from the devastating economic collapse. War production created jobs on a massive scale, and the nation's industries shifted to support the war effort, spurring economic growth like never before. This massive industrial mobilization was not just about the military, it led to the creation of new jobs and the expansion of consumer goods production. The war effort gave the U.S. economy a sense of purpose and direction, something that had been lacking during the Depression. The American industrial complex, which had been struggling to adapt during the 1930s, suddenly found itself working at full capacity, producing the materials needed for the war effort, such as planes, tanks, and ammunition. Simultaneously, the war effort also expanded the labor force. As millions of men went off to fight overseas, women entered the workforce in record numbers to fill the vacant positions. The iconic figure of Rosie the Riveter symbolized the millions of women who worked in factories and shipyards, contributing to the war effort and the economic recovery. This shift not only helped boost production, but also began to alter the social fabric of the country. Women, who had been excluded from many sectors of the economy during the Depression, now played a pivotal role in rebuilding the American industrial base. The war economy led to a drastic reduction in unemployment. By the end of the war, the US had virtually wiped out the joblessness that had plagued it during the Depression. The economic boom that followed the war was unprecedented in American history. Factories that had produced military supplies shifted to consumer goods, and the economy quickly expanded to meet the demand for products such as automobiles, homes, and consumer electronics. The country found itself in the midst of an economic boom that lasted well into the 1950s. The success of the war economy, however, was not just about military production or industrial output. The war fundamentally altered the relationship between the government, business, and labor. The government's active role in the economy during the Depression had proven that it could effectively regulate industry, create jobs, and stimulate economic growth. With the war effort as a catalyst, the United States emerged with a strong foundation of government-led economic recovery and policies that promoted a more stable and prosperous future for the country. As World War II came to an end in 1945, the United States found itself at the forefront of global economic recovery. The war had not only ended the Great Depression, but had also ignited a period of extraordinary growth. The post-war economy was characterized by rapid industrial expansion, technological innovation, and the emergence of a new middle class that would define the American experience for decades to come. The end of the war marked the beginning of a massive economic boom. The country's factories, which had been operating at full capacity during the war, shifted back to producing consumer goods. This transition was seamless because of the industrial base that had been built during the war years. Industries that had previously been focused on war production now turned to producing products for civilian use, from automobiles and appliances to housing materials and electronics. The war had created a demand for new technologies, and during the post-war years, these innovations began to reach the consumer market. The automobile industry flourished as Americans who had once relied on older, outdated vehicles now had the means to purchase new, more modern cars. The boom in automobile sales fueled the growth of industries related to transportation and infrastructure, such as highways, oil, and construction. At the same time, the housing industry experienced a dramatic rise. The war had delayed many housing projects, but now, with more families moving to suburban areas, the demand for homes skyrocketed. This period saw the rise of suburbia, an era of new mass-produced homes that allowed ordinary Americans to own homes for the first time. This was largely made possible by the GI Bill, which provided veterans with low-interest loans to purchase homes and attend college. The GI Bill helped to make home ownership more accessible for a generation of veterans, and it played a key role in the creation of a new American middle class. The rise of the middle class in post-war America was a key feature of the nation's economic growth. With the combination of stable jobs, affordable housing, and increasing wages, many Americans were able to achieve a higher standard of living than ever before. The middle class became the cornerstone of the American economy, and for the first time in history, it became the dominant social and economic group in the United States. Families had disposable income to spend on consumer goods, education, and entertainment, contributing to a culture of prosperity and optimism. The post-war economy also benefited from global leadership. As Europe and Japan struggled to rebuild after the war, the United States emerged as the world's economic superpower. American businesses flourished both at home and abroad, and the United States became a key player in global trade. The post-war period saw the establishment of international institutions like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, which helped stabilize the global economy and promote economic cooperation. While the economic boom benefited many, it was not without its challenges. The rapid growth of the economy also led to inflationary pressures, which began to emerge in the late 1940s. Additionally, the transition from wartime to peacetime production posed its own difficulties, as some industries had to scale back their operations and reorient themselves toward consumer products. The government's role in stabilizing the economy through policies that encouraged employment and consumer spending was crucial to maintaining growth during this transition. Despite these challenges, the post-war economic boom led to widespread social change. The new middle class was not just economically successful, it was also more socially mobile. People from a variety of backgrounds, including working-class families and immigrants, were able to enter the middle class through education, home ownership, and job opportunities. The rise of the American dream as a symbol of prosperity and opportunity became central to the country's identity during this period. However, the prosperity of the 1950s was not shared equally. While many Americans benefited from the economic boom, African Americans, Native Americans, and other minority groups were often excluded from the full benefits of this growth. Discrimination in housing, education, and employment persisted, and many minorities faced significant barriers to economic success. The gap between the wealthiest Americans and the rest of the population widened during this period, setting the stage for future debates about inequality and social justice. Despite these challenges, the post-war economic boom provided the United States with a period of unprecedented prosperity. The country's infrastructure was modernized, millions of families moved into newly built homes, and American businesses became global leaders. This period helped to solidify the American dream, the belief that anyone, regardless of background, could achieve success through hard work and perseverance. The post-war economic boom had profound and lasting effects on the American economy, shaping not only the nation's financial landscape but also its culture, social structures, and political identity. The era of unprecedented growth and prosperity laid the foundation for the consumer-driven economy that would define much of the 20th century, and it had a lasting influence on the ideals and values of modern American society. The rise of the middle class during the post-war period was one of the most significant social developments of the era. In the 1950s and 1960s, the American dream seemed within reach for a vast majority of Americans. Home ownership, education, and stable employment became the pillars of middle-class life, and with rising wages and a booming economy, families found themselves able to live comfortably with the promise of a better future for their children. This period of affluence also brought with it the expansion of consumer culture. Households acquired an array of new products, from appliances and automobiles to television sets and vacuum cleaners. The consumer boom, fueled by rising incomes and easy access to credit, became a hallmark of American life. The United States also solidified its position as a global economic leader in the post-war years. The devastation of Europe and Asia following World War II left the United States as the primary industrial power. With American manufacturing plants operating at full capacity, the US was able to export goods to rebuild other nations' economies and simultaneously generate profits for American businesses. The Marshall Plan, enacted in 1948, was a key example of the US providing economic aid to Europe, which not only helped rebuild European economies, but also created long-lasting trade relationships. However, the prosperity of the post-war years was not without its challenges. As the economy grew, inflation and labor strikes became significant issues in the late 1940s and early 1950s. While wages were rising, so were prices, creating tensions between labor unions, which fought for better wages, and business owners who sought to maintain profits. The labor movement, which had gained strength during the New Deal era, continued to be a powerful force in American politics and economics, though its influence would begin to wane by the late 20th century. One of the most enduring features of the post-war period was the growth of the American welfare state. The programs introduced during Roosevelt's New Deal laid the groundwork for a broader social safety net that would expand in the following decades. Social Security, which had been created during the New Deal, provided financial assistance to the elderly and disabled, and over time it was expanded to cover more Americans. In addition, the GI Bill, which provided education and home ownership benefits to returning veterans, helped many individuals and families achieve financial stability and economic mobility, and played a major role in creating the suburban boom. However, it is important to acknowledge that the benefits of the post-war economic boom were not shared equally among all Americans. While the middle class expanded, racial minorities, especially African Americans, Mexican Americans, and Native Americans, faced significant discrimination and were largely excluded from the benefits of the new prosperity. Segregation and discrimination in housing, education, and employment were pervasive, and redlining, a practice that denied loans to minority communities, further entrenched economic inequality. The civil rights movement, which gained momentum in the 1950s and 1960s, was a response to these inequities, pushing for political, social, and economic justice. Similarly, women, who had entered the workforce in large numbers during World War II, were largely pushed back into traditional gender roles in the 1950s. Although some women continued to work, the dominant expectation was that they would leave their jobs to focus on raising children and managing households. The economic boom, in many ways, reinforced traditional family structures, and the growing consumer culture emphasized the ideal of the suburban, nuclear family. However, the growing economic opportunities of the era would pave the way for the feminist movements of the 1960s and beyond, as women demanded equal pay, career opportunities, and reproductive rights. The long-term effects of the post-war economic boom were transformative. It redefined American society by creating a widespread sense of prosperity and opportunity, but it also sowed the seeds for the economic and social challenges that would emerge in the following decades. The consumer culture that emerged during this time laid the foundation for the global economy and consumption-driven growth. However, the inequality that persisted beneath the surface, whether through racial segregation, gender roles, or economic disparity, would remain pressing issues throughout the 20th century. In the decades following the post-war boom, globalization and technological advancements would continue to shape the American economy, but the groundwork for today's consumer society, social safety nets, and political divide was firmly established in the years after World War II. As the nation experienced unprecedented economic growth, it also began to grapple with the deep divides in race, gender, and class that would eventually shape the social movements and policies of the 1960s and beyond. The post-war economic boom of the 1940s and 1950s laid the foundation for modern American prosperity, but also left unresolved challenges. The lessons learned from the period highlight the need for an economy that benefits all Americans, not just the wealthy, and the continued struggle for racial and gender equality. As the U.S. moves forward, the legacy of the post-war years remains, a reminder of the complexities of prosperity, one that includes both the possibilities of economic growth and the need for social progress. The New Deal, spearheaded by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in the 1930s, was a radical departure from the hands-off approach that had characterized the U.S. government's relationship with its citizens in previous decades. Roosevelt's response to the Great Depression marked the beginning of a new era in American politics and governance, one in which the federal government took an active role in regulating the economy, providing welfare, and ensuring economic security for its citizens. Roosevelt's initiatives set the foundation for the modern welfare state, where government intervention became not just an emergency measure, but a permanent feature of American life. At the heart of Roosevelt's vision was the idea that the government had a responsibility to protect the most vulnerable members of society. The Social Security Act of 1935 was one of the most significant pieces of legislation passed during the New Deal and laid the groundwork for future welfare programs. The Act provided pensions for the elderly, unemployment insurance, and financial assistance for the disabled. It was a major step toward creating a safety net for Americans who were facing hardship due to old age, disability, or unemployment. Beyond Social Security, Roosevelt's New Deal created a series of public works programs such as the Works Progress Administration, WPA, and the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, which provided jobs for millions of unemployed Americans. These programs aimed to provide immediate relief for those suffering from the effects of the Depression, while simultaneously building infrastructure that would contribute to the country's long-term development. Roads, schools, bridges, and parks were built across the nation, creating a physical legacy that would last for generations. Roosevelt's approach was not just about responding to the immediate crisis. It was about transforming the role of the government in ensuring economic security. The New Deal helped shift the perspective that individuals were solely responsible for their economic well-being. Instead, the government became a key player in providing relief during times of crisis and supporting those in need. The ideas embodied in Roosevelt's New Deal would continue to evolve in the years to come, particularly during the 1960s under President Lyndon B. Johnson with the passage of his Great Society programs. The Great Society, championed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in the 1960s, was the next significant chapter in the evolution of the American welfare state. Building on the foundation laid by Roosevelt's New Deal, Johnson sought to address the persistent problems of poverty, inequality, and inadequate access to healthcare and education. Unlike Roosevelt's reforms, which were largely a response to the Great Depression, the Great Society aimed to create a more permanent, expansive welfare system that would address social issues across the nation. One of the most significant programs of the Great Society was the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. These programs were designed to provide health care to elderly Americans, Medicare, and low-income individuals, Medicaid. Before the creation of these programs, health care in the U.S. was largely unaffordable for many elderly citizens and the poor. Medicare gave millions of older Americans access to health insurance, while Medicaid provided coverage for low-income families. These programs transformed the healthcare system in the United States, making it possible for people who had previously been unable to afford medical care to receive necessary treatments. Today, Medicare and Medicaid remain cornerstones of the U.S. healthcare system, covering millions of Americans. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA, also passed in 1965, sought to improve education for low-income students. The Act provided federal funding to schools that served disadvantaged students and aimed to close the educational achievement gap between rich and poor children. It marked the federal government's commitment to ensuring that all children, regardless of their socio-economic background, had access to a quality education. The ESEA laid the foundation for future education reforms, including the No Child Left Behind Act and Common Core initiatives. Another landmark program was the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964, which aimed to reduce poverty by providing job training, employment opportunities, and financial assistance to poor communities. The Act, too, the creation of programs such as Job Corps, which provided vocational training to young people, and Head Start, which offered early childhood education to disadvantaged children. These programs helped to reduce the poverty rate and provided opportunities for millions of Americans who had been left behind by the economic system. The Great Society was not limited to domestic programs. It also sought to promote civil rights and social justice. The passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was one of the most important legislative achievements of the Great Society, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. This landmark legislation, which helped to dismantle racial segregation in schools, workplaces, and public accommodations, was a major victory for the civil rights movement. Johnson's commitment to racial equality was also evident in the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which aimed to eliminate barriers to voting for African Americans, particularly in the South, where discriminatory practices like literacy tests and poll taxes had long been used to disenfranchise black voters. The Great Society was one of the most ambitious social reform programs in American history, and its legacy continues to shape the welfare state today. While some of the programs created during the Great Society have been modified or reduced over time, the core ideas of expanding access to healthcare, education, and economic opportunity remain central to modern debates over government welfare programs. The Great Society, with its sweeping reforms and ambitious vision for a more just and equitable America, left a profound and lasting impact on the nation. The programs established under Johnson's leadership, Medicare, Medicaid, the Civil Rights Act, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and the Economic Opportunity Act, fundamentally transformed the social and economic landscape. However, the legacy of the Great Society is complex, and the challenges of implementing its ideals continue to shape American society today. One of the most enduring legacies of the Great Society is its role in expanding access to health care and education. Programs like Medicare and Medicaid provided millions of Americans with access to health care, particularly elderly citizens and low-income families. These programs have been continuously expanded and remain central to the U.S. healthcare system. Medicare now covers more than 60 million Americans, and Medicaid provides health insurance to over 70 million, including children, parents, seniors, and individuals with disabilities. Together, these programs continue to serve as a critical safety net for the most vulnerable populations in the country. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA, another cornerstone of the Great Society, sought to close the educational achievement gap between affluent and disadvantaged students. Over time, the ESEA evolved into the No Child Left Behind Act, NCLB, and later the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. These programs have provided federal funding to low-income schools and attempted to hold schools accountable for improving educational outcomes. However, despite these efforts, disparities in educational achievement persist, and many critics argue that more must be done to address the structural inequalities that limit opportunities for poor and minority children. The legacy of the Great Society in education is therefore both a success and a challenge as policymakers continue to grapple with how to provide equal educational opportunities for all children. While the Great Society programs helped to expand access to healthcare and education, they were also part of a broader expansion of the welfare state. In many ways, the Great Society laid the groundwork for the modern debates about government spending, taxation, and social safety nets. Critics of the Great Society argue that its expansion of the welfare state led to an increase in government spending which, over time, contributed to rising deficits and national debt. Some believe that these programs created a culture of dependency, while others argue that they have been essential in reducing poverty and inequality. The ongoing debate about the role of the government in providing social welfare programs, particularly in areas like healthcare, remains a central issue in American politics today. Another key aspect of the Great Society's legacy was its focus on civil rights and social justice. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were landmark achievements in the fight against racial discrimination. These laws helped dismantle segregation, protect voting rights, and promote equality for African Americans, women, and other marginalized groups. Yet while significant progress has been made in addressing racial inequality, the fight for civil rights is far from over. Issues such as police brutality, mass incarceration, and voter suppression continue to disproportionately affect African Americans and other minority groups. The Great Society's civil rights legacy remains vital, but it is also an ongoing struggle to ensure that the promise of equality is fully realized. The Great Society also marked the beginning of a major shift in how the government viewed its role in addressing social problems. Roosevelt's New Deal had established the federal government's responsibility for economic stability, but the Great Society expanded that vision to include healthcare, education, and civil rights as essential elements of a fair and just society. Johnson's vision of a government actively involved in promoting economic opportunity and social justice became a defining feature of the post-World War II American state. However, the growth of the welfare state under the Great Society led to an increasing divide between those who believe in government intervention and those who champion a more market-driven approach. The Reagan administration in the 1980s, for example, sought to roll back many of the Great Society's policies, promoting a smaller government and encouraging private sector solutions to social problems. This ideological divide persists in today's debates over healthcare reform, social security, and welfare programs. The legacy of the Great Society continues to evolve. The debates it sparked about social justice, government spending, and the role of the welfare state remain central to contemporary political discourse. While many of its programs, particularly in the areas of healthcare and civil rights, continue to be seen as essential to American society, the ongoing challenges of poverty, inequality, and access to education demonstrate that the Great Society's work is far from complete. As we reflect on the Great Society and its enduring influence, we must ask, how can we build on the successes of the Great Society to address modern challenges like income inequality, racial injustice, and access to affordable health care? How can we ensure that the government continues to play an active role in fostering opportunity and equality for all Americans? After the end of World War II, America entered a period of unprecedented prosperity. And with that prosperity came an explosive boom in suburbanization. The 1950s witnessed the transformation of the American landscape as millions of families left crowded urban centers in search of a new, more spacious life in the suburbs. This migration to the suburbs marked a significant shift in the idea of the American dream, from a city-dwelling, individualistic pursuit to a more family-oriented vision of home ownership, privacy, and community. At the heart of the post-war suburban boom was the desire for home ownership. During the Depression and the war years, many Americans had been unable to afford homes, and the concept of owning one had seemed out of reach for many working-class families. However, after the war, the federal government's commitment to economic recovery through programs like the GI Bill, which provided returning veterans with low-interest mortgages and home loans, made home ownership more attainable than ever before. This was crucial in giving returning soldiers and their families the opportunity to buy homes, and it contributed to the rise of suburban developments that dotted the landscape across the country. With the passage of the GI Bill in 1944, over 16 million veterans were able to access the benefits of affordable home loans, educational opportunities, and unemployment insurance. These provisions gave many young families the financial freedom to purchase homes in newly developed suburban communities, sparking the construction of thousands of affordable homes in previously rural areas. Developers, notably William Levitt, capitalized on this demand by creating massive suburban neighborhoods. Levittown, for example, became one of the most famous suburban developments, with rows upon rows of identical, affordable homes. It offered families the chance to own a new house with modern amenities like indoor plumbing, heating, and electrical systems, making it a symbol of post-war American prosperity. This new suburban living, however, was not just about the homes themselves. It represented a new way of life that appealed to a growing middle class. The suburbs offered residents not only a new home, but also a sense of community, safety, and social mobility. For many Americans, living in the suburbs was the ultimate manifestation of the American dream, a symbol of success, security, and a better future for their children. The spaciousness of suburban homes, combined with a sense of distance from the noise and crime of urban centers, seemed to promise a more idyllic, peaceful existence. While suburbanization flourished in the post-war period, it was not without its social and economic implications. The mass migration from cities to suburbs had profound effects on urban areas, contributing to the decline of inner cities as people and businesses alike moved to the outskirts. As wealth and resources flowed out of cities, many urban areas faced challenges like poverty, crime, and racial segregation. This division between urban and suburban communities would become more pronounced over time, especially as discriminatory practices like redlining and housing covenants prevented African Americans and other minorities from accessing the same opportunities for home ownership in the suburbs. The segregation of American cities and suburbs would become a major issue for the civil rights movement in the 1960s and beyond. Despite these challenges, the post-war era marked the beginning of a new economic and social order in America. Suburbanization was not just about homes, it was about reshaping American identity. The suburban dream, fueled by government policy, private investment, and the dreams of millions of American families, became a cornerstone of American life in the mid-20th century. The suburban boom of the post-World War II era marked more than just a shift in where Americans lived. It signified a cultural transformation that redefined what it meant to be American. The idea of the American dream had always been rooted in the notion of individual success through hard work. But with the rise of the suburbs, this dream began to take on a new meaning, centered around home ownership and the creation of idealized family life. The suburbs became the epicenter of this new vision, offering families a chance to experience what was seen as a more stable, secure, and fulfilling way of life. The suburban lifestyle promised a picture-perfect vision of the American family, a nuclear family consisting of a hard-working father, a stay-at-home mother, and children growing up in a safe and nurturing environment. Suburbia was marketed as a haven where families could escape the hustle and bustle of the cities and enjoy a wholesome and idyllic existence. The promise of a bigger home with a yard, a two-car garage, and space for children to play represented a sharp departure from the crowded, often dilapidated urban living conditions that many working-class families had endured. Suburban living became synonymous with social mobility. For many, purchasing a home in the suburbs was a tangible sign of having made it, a manifestation of both financial stability and aspiration. The Levittowns and other developments across the country were marketed as opportunities for ordinary families to achieve the great American aspiration, home ownership. The use of mass production techniques in the building of these homes allowed developers to offer affordable housing for millions of Americans, particularly veterans returning from World War II. These mass-produced homes were constructed in such a way that they could be built quickly and cheaply, allowing a large portion of the population to become homeowners for the first time. The promise of suburban living was particularly appealing to young families and veterans who sought a new start after the war. The GI Bill played a major role in making this possible by offering veterans low-cost loans for homes. This, combined with federal housing policies that favored suburban development, created a perfect storm for the rise of suburban America. By the late 1950s, millions of families had moved to the suburbs, with suburbs becoming the dominant form of American living. However, the growth of suburbia also highlighted racial inequalities and social divisions. While millions of white families benefited from federal programs that helped them buy homes in the suburbs, racial minorities, particularly African Americans, faced significant barriers to suburban home ownership. Redlining, a practice in which banks and insurers refused loans or services to people in certain neighborhoods, was widespread. These neighborhoods were often predominantly African American and located in cities. Additionally, many suburban developments had restrictive covenants that legally prevented non-white families from buying homes in those areas. As a result, racial segregation in both housing and schooling became entrenched during this period, and many African Americans found themselves excluded from the opportunities available in the booming suburban communities. This inequality contributed to urban decay in cities as the wealthier and predominantly white population moved to the suburbs, while poorer, often minority communities were left behind with fewer resources and deteriorating living conditions. This issue would remain a significant social problem in the US for decades to come, and the fight for equal access to housing and economic opportunity would fuel the civil rights movement in the 1960s. Culturally, suburbia also reinforced the traditional gender roles of the time. The idealized image of the suburban family often featured a male breadwinner and a female homemaker, with the wife staying at home to care for the children and manage the household. While this was the vision of family life for many in the suburbs, it also highlighted the gender inequalities that were pervasive in American society. Women, particularly in the 1950s and early 1960s, were often expected to fulfill the role of wife and mother, with little opportunity for career advancement outside the home. For many women, this was a deeply fulfilling role, but for others, it represented a limitation on their personal and professional aspirations. The idealization of family life in suburbia became a dominant cultural force in the 1950s, with advertising, media, and entertainment often reinforcing the image of the suburban family as the pinnacle of American success. Television shows like Leave It to Beaver and Father Knows Best depicted idealized suburban families, reinforcing the notion that the suburban home was the ultimate goal for families. These programs portrayed the suburban family as the epitome of happiness, security, and fulfillment, creating a strong cultural association between suburbia and the American dream. While the suburban boom of the 1950s was largely viewed as a time of prosperity and success, it was also marked by social tensions and contradictions. The exclusion of minority groups from suburban homeownership, the gender roles that confined women to the domestic sphere, and the pressure to conform to an idealized image of family life created a landscape where the American dream was not equally accessible to all. Nonetheless, the post-war suburban boom left an indelible mark on American culture, and its legacy continues to influence how Americans view home ownership, family life, and the pursuit of the American dream today. The rise of suburbanization in the post-World War II era forever altered the landscape of American society, both physically and culturally. As the 1950s gave way to the 1960s, the idealized image of suburban life began to evolve, and the issues that were often glossed over in the rosy depiction of suburban living started to surface. Suburbia, which had represented economic success, safety, and opportunity, was now facing the complexities of its own success. These challenges, both positive and negative, set the stage for significant shifts in American culture, politics, and identity that would unfold in the coming decades. One of the most important legacies of the suburban boom was the expansion of home ownership as a core component of the American dream. In the post-war period, home ownership was synonymous with economic stability, personal success, and social mobility. As more and more families moved to the suburbs, the ability to own a home became an essential aspect of the American identity. The expansion of the middle class, facilitated by federal policies, GI Bill benefits, and the availability of affordable housing allowed millions of Americans to achieve home ownership for the first time. However, the increasing emphasis on home ownership also created economic challenges for future generations. As suburban housing expanded and became more entrenched, the cost of living in these areas grew, making it more difficult for new buyers, especially in cities or other regions, to afford homes. The growth of suburban sprawl also led to concerns about the environmental impact of unchecked development, as land that was once agricultural or rural became suburbanized, further contributing to issues of urban sprawl and pollution. Another significant legacy of suburbanization was the shift in gender roles and family dynamics. While the 1950s idealized the image of the father as the sole breadwinner and the mother as the homemaker, the economic changes of the 1960s and 1970s began to challenge these traditional roles. As women's liberation movements gained momentum, in the 1960s and 1970s, many women in the suburbs began to push back against the confines of the traditional domestic role. Feminist movements, alongside the growing number of women entering the workforce, began to shift the societal expectations placed on women. Suburbia, which had once been a symbol of family stability, was now the backdrop for a redefined vision of women's independence and the expansion of women's opportunities in the workplace. Simultaneously, racial inequality in suburban housing practices became a prominent issue. Although suburban living was seen as a privilege and symbol of success, racial minorities, particularly African Americans, found it increasingly difficult to gain access to the same opportunities for home ownership. Redlining and racially discriminatory housing practices kept many African Americans and other minorities from securing mortgages or purchasing homes in the suburbs. The Civil Rights Movement and the Fair Housing Act of 1968 would ultimately challenge these inequities, but the suburban dream was not equally attainable for everyone. The legacy of segregation, combined with growing economic disparities, would continue to fuel debates about race, housing, and equality in the decades that followed. As suburban living became synonymous with the American dream, the concept of community and belonging began to shift. Suburbs, once idealized as close-knit communities, began to reflect the reality of increasing individualism and the rise of consumer culture. The once thriving suburban towns, with their tight-knit neighborhoods, were increasingly influenced by larger societal trends such as the rise of the automobile, television, and consumerism. The post-war emphasis on home ownership, family life, and economic success was now shaped by the rise of consumer goods, television advertising, and the growing importance of material wealth in defining success. Suburbia also sparked a transformation. In American politics, the suburbs, as an affluent and predominantly white demographic, played an increasingly influential role in the political landscape. As suburban populations grew, political parties began to tailor their messages to appeal to suburban voters, especially those in the growing middle class. Over time, this political shift led to a conservative realignment, with suburban areas, particularly in the South and West, becoming strongholds for the Republican Party. Issues like school desegregation, taxation, and government intervention became key political divides between urban and suburban voters. Today, the legacy of suburbanization remains an integral part of the American cultural and social landscape. The suburban dream has evolved, with many Americans still aspiring to own homes in suburban communities, while others seek to return to urban areas for the convenience and excitement of city living. The rise of urban renewal, the Back to the City movement, and the growing emphasis on sustainability and environmentally conscious living reflect shifting attitudes toward suburban sprawl. While gentrification has raised new questions about who gets to live in city centers and how racial and economic inequality plays into the development of these areas. Suburbia's transformation over the past several decades, along with the recognition of its limitations, has become a reflection of the broader changes in American society. While the suburbs once represented the height of the American dream, they now reflect both the promise and the complexities of that dream. Today, as Americans navigate the evolving landscape of home ownership, economic inequality, and cultural identity, the legacy of suburbanization continues to influence their choices, opportunities, and understanding of what it means to achieve success. In the early decades of the 20th century, as industrialization swept across the United States, labor unions began to emerge as a powerful force for workers' rights. At a time when workers were subjected to long hours, low wages, and dangerous working conditions, unions offered a means for employees to unite and demand better treatment. The labor movement would go on to play a crucial role in shaping labor laws, economic policy, and the modern American workplace. The early 1900s were marked by widespread exploitation of workers, particularly in factories, mines, and railroads. Many industrial workers, including immigrants, children, and African Americans, labored under grueling conditions for low wages. The need for organized labor became increasingly evident as industrial accidents, unsanitary conditions, and lack of compensation for injury led to worker unrest. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911, which killed 146 garment workers, many of whom were young women, shocked the nation and highlighted the urgent need for workplace reform. The rise of unions was directly tied to the struggles of workers to gain better wages, safer working conditions, and the right to bargain collectively. Early labor strikes were often met with violent opposition from employers and the government, which sided with business interests. The Pullman Strike of 1894, the Ludlow Massacre of 1914, and the Great Steel Strike of 1919 were just a few examples of the fierce confrontations between workers and business owners that resulted in violence and loss of life. However, despite these challenges, unions slowly gained traction. In 1935, the passage of the Wagner Act under President Franklin D. Roosevelt gave workers the right to form unions and engage in collective bargaining. This landmark legislation marked a turning point for organized labor, guaranteeing workers rights to unionize and prohibiting employers from engaging in unfair labor practices. The creation of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, in 1935 helped organize millions of industrial workers, uniting them into a powerful force that could advocate for their rights and interests. By the mid-20th century, unions were at the height of their power in the United States. They helped secure minimum wage laws, overtime pay, child labor laws, and health and safety regulations that fundamentally changed the American workplace. The labor movement was responsible for securing many of the rights and protections that American workers take for granted today, including the 40-hour work week and health insurance benefits. Unions became essential in the battle for fair wages, benefits, and the protection of workers' rights. By the 1950s, approximately 1 in 3 American workers belonged to a union, and unions had secured substantial economic and political influence. They were pivotal in electing candidates who championed workers' rights, such as Franklin D. Roosevelt, who advocated for New Deal policies that benefited working-class Americans. However, this era of union strength did not last indefinitely. As the U.S. economy evolved, so did the nature of labor and the challenges faced by organized workers. With the rise of corporate globalization, automation, and outsourcing, union membership began to decline. The struggle for workers' rights, which had gained so much ground in the early and mid-20th century, faced significant challenges as industries shifted and new economic realities took hold. By the 1970s and 1980s, the landscape of American labor began to change drastically. The post-war economic boom, which had been fueled in part by the strength of organized labor, was giving way to new challenges brought about by economic globalization, technological advances, and the changing dynamics of the workplace. As the U.S. economy shifted from manufacturing to services, and as global markets became more interconnected, the power and influence of unions began to wane. One of the most significant factors contributing to the decline of unions was the globalization of trade. As multinational corporations expanded their operations overseas, they began to take advantage of cheaper labor markets in other countries. Manufacturing jobs, which had once been the backbone of unionized labor, were outsourced to countries with lower wages and fewer labor protections. This left many American workers unemployed or forced to accept lower-paying, less stable jobs in the service sector. At the same time, automation and the rise of technology in industries like manufacturing and agriculture dramatically reduced the number of workers needed. Machines and computers replaced many jobs that were previously performed by human labor. leading to a reduction in the demand for unionized workers. This technological shift, coupled with the growth of the service economy, made traditional unionization efforts in industries like steel, textiles, and mining less relevant. New industries that emerged in the 1970s and 1980s, such as finance, information technology, and retail, were less likely to be unionized, further eroding the strength of organized labor. Corporate resistance to unions also grew stronger during this period. Companies began to adopt more aggressive tactics to prevent unionization efforts, using union-busting strategies that included firing union organizers, hiring labor consultants to dissuade workers from unionizing, and shifting production to non-unionized regions or countries. The decline of industrial unions was particularly evident in sectors like steel, automotive, and textiles, where unions had once been strongest. The political climate of the 1980s under President Ronald Reagan also contributed to the decline of unions. Reagan's administration was openly hostile to organized labor, and the air traffic controllers' strike of 1981 became a symbol of this shift. When members of the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization, PATCO, went on strike, Reagan responded by firing over 11,000 striking workers and breaking the union. This marked a turning point in labor relations, as it sent a clear message that the government would no longer intervene on behalf of unions or their demands. Reagan's policies, along with the rise of pro-business, anti-regulation ideologies in Congress, undermined the gains that unions had fought for in the previous decades. The decline in union membership also reflected broader social and economic shifts. While unions had once been a vital source of political power, they increasingly struggled to adapt to the changing nature of work in America. In the 1950s, union membership was at its peak, with nearly 35% of American workers belonging to a union. By the 1980s, that number had dropped to around 20%, and by the 2000s it had fallen further to around 10%. The loss of unionized workers meant a weakening of labor's influence in the political and economic spheres, allowing corporations to grow in power and influence. The decline of unions also contributed to the rise of income inequality in the U.S. As unions weakened, the bargaining power of workers diminished, and wages for many American workers stagnated or declined. Meanwhile, corporate profits soared, and the wealthiest Americans saw their incomes rise significantly. The growing disparity between the rich and the poor became one of the defining features of the post-World War II American economy, exacerbated by the decline of organized labor. Unions were no longer the powerful political force they had been in the mid-20th century, and the balance of power in the American workplace had shifted toward corporate interests. This period marked a sea change in American economic policy, with a growing focus on free market capitalism, deregulation, and individual responsibility. The labor movement, which had once been a central player in shaping American society, was now on the defensive, fighting for relevance in a rapidly changing economy. Despite the decline of traditional labor unions over the past few decades, the fight for workers' rights and economic justice is far from over. In fact, recent years have seen a resurgence of interest in labor movements. As economic inequality continues to rise, wages stagnate, and the nature of work changes rapidly. The labor landscape in the 21st century is marked by new challenges, but also by a renewed sense of solidarity and advocacy for workers. One of the most significant developments in recent years has been the rise of gig economy jobs and temporary work. The shift toward contract work, freelancing, and temporary employment has created a new class of workers who lack the job security, benefits, and protections that were once common in traditional full-time positions. This shift has made it more difficult for workers to organize and gain collective bargaining power, as the fragmented nature of gig work does not lend itself to traditional union models. However, this growing sector has also led to the emergence of new forms of labor advocacy. For example, Many workers in the gig economy, such as those employed by companies like Uber, Lyft, Instacart, and Amazon, have begun to demand better pay, benefits, and working conditions. These workers have launched grassroots movements to call for more rights and protections, and there has been growing momentum for legislative reforms that would provide gig workers with the same rights as traditional employees. In California, the passing of Assembly Bill 5 in 2019 marked a major victory for gig economy workers, classifying many gig workers as employees rather than independent contractors, thus guaranteeing them rights such as minimum wage, unemployment, insurance, and health benefits. This type of advocacy represents a shift in the labor movement as it adapts to new economic realities. Workers in industries such as tech, retail, and food delivery are organizing in novel ways to ensure that their voices are heard, even in sectors where unions have traditionally had little presence. For instance, workers at Amazon and Google have staged walkouts to protest working conditions, demanding better pay and improved working conditions. While these efforts are still in their infancy, they indicate a growing willingness among modern workers to challenge corporations and fight for their rights, even in an increasingly globalized and digital economy. Trade unions are also undergoing a shift, with many organizing campaigns aimed at the service and technology sectors. As unions face declining membership in traditional sectors like manufacturing, they are increasingly focusing on industries that were once considered outside their reach. Unions have made significant strides in organizing fast food workers, nurses, teachers, and even tech employees. For example, the Fight for $15 movement, which began in 2012, has successfully mobilized millions of workers across the country to demand a $15 minimum wage. This movement has sparked debates on wage inequality and has led to policy changes in some cities and states. The fight for labor rights is also becoming increasingly intertwined with issues of racial justice and gender equality. The Black Lives Matter movement and the Me Too movement have highlighted how workers, particularly women and people of color, are disproportionately affected by workplace discrimination, harassment, and inequality. Many of today's labor movements are advocating not only for better pay and benefits, but also for more inclusive workplaces where all workers can thrive without facing racial or gender discrimination. These social justice issues are now a central focus of labor advocacy, reflecting a broader understanding of what it means to fight for workers' rights. In the political realm, there has been a renewed interest in labor policy as well. Progressive lawmakers and politicians have increasingly supported union-friendly policies, such as expanding collective bargaining rights, raising the minimum wage, and improving worker protections. Additionally, calls for a universal basic income, UBI, and universal healthcare have gained traction, particularly as automation continues to reshape industries and eliminate traditional jobs. The debate about the future of work and how workers should be supported in a rapidly changing economy remains a central issue for policymakers. The future of American labor will likely be shaped by technological advancements and automation, which continue to alter the way work is organized. As industries become more automated, workers in sectors like manufacturing, retail, and transportation may face job displacement. However, the rise of technology also offers new opportunities for digital organizing and remote work, which could reshape the way labor movements function and increase global solidarity among workers. In response to these challenges, there is a growing push for new labor laws that reflect the realities of the modern workforce. For example, paid family leave, universal health care, and access to retirement benefits for non-traditional workers are becoming key issues for labor advocates. As the economy continues to evolve, the labor movement will need to adapt to the changing nature of work while continuing to fight for the rights and dignity of workers. In conclusion, while the American labor movement faces new and evolving challenges, its fundamental goals remain the same: to ensure fair pay, safe working conditions and basic economic security for all workers. The future of American labor will depend on its ability to adapt to new economic realities, harness technological innovations, and build alliances across industries, races, and social justice movements. The legacy of labor unions, both in their successes and challenges, is a reminder that the fight for workers' rights is an ongoing struggle, one that will continue to evolve and shape the American economy for years to come. The 1960s were a time of profound social and political change in the United States. The decade was marked by a growing sense of rebellion and discontent among young people who sought to challenge the traditional norms of society. This wave of cultural revolution would later become known as the counterculture, a movement that rejected the materialism, conservatism, and conformity of the 1950s and sought to create a new vision of social and political life. The roots of the counterculture can be traced back to the early years of the 1960s. As the baby boomers, the generation born after World War II, came of age, they were increasingly dissatisfied with the societal expectations placed on them. The older generation, having lived through the hardships of the Depression and the Second World War, prized stability, hard work, and traditional family values. However, the younger generation was questioning the cost of this stability. With the economic boom that followed the war, they began to enjoy an unprecedented degree of affluence, and with it, the freedom to explore new ideas, lifestyles, and identities. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, which fought for racial equality and justice, provided the early framework for the counterculture's political activism. The youth of America were inspired by the courage and determination of African American activists like Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks, who challenged segregation and inequality. The success of the civil rights movement led young people to believe that social change was not only possible but necessary. As a result, many began to challenge not only racial discrimination but also other aspects of American society, including the Vietnam War, consumerism, and traditional gender roles. The growing disillusionment with mainstream society was fueled by the emerging hippie culture, which was characterized by a rejection of materialism, a desire for personal freedom, and a deep interest in spirituality and alternative lifestyles. Influenced by the writings of thinkers like Carl Jung and Timothy Leary, and drawing inspiration from Eastern philosophies such as Buddhism and Hinduism, the counterculture embraced the idea of self-exploration and the pursuit of happiness outside the confines of mainstream American life. This movement was a direct challenge to the conformity that had defined the 1950s. In the early 1960s, the counterculture began to take shape in the urban centers of America, particularly in places like Greenwich Village, in New York City, and Haight-Ashbury, in San Francisco. These neighborhoods became epicenters of artistic expression, political activism, and social experimentation. Young people gathered in these areas to exchange ideas, create art, and advocate for social change. The burgeoning beatnik culture, which had emerged in the late 1950s, laid the groundwork for the more widespread youth movement of the 1960s. The arrival of the baby boomers at adulthood also coincided with the growing popularity of rock and roll music, which became the soundtrack to the counterculture movement. Bands like the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and the Doors challenged traditional notions of music, art, and self-expression, while the Woodstock Festival in 1969 became a defining moment for the counterculture, bringing together hundreds of thousands of young people to celebrate peace, music, and love. Rock music not only became a form of entertainment, but also a tool for social change, with songs like Bob Dylan's "The Times They Are A-Changin'" becoming anthems for a generation that was ready to redefine the American experience. The counterculture movement of the 1960s was not just about fashion, music, and lifestyle. It was deeply intertwined with political activism. As young people sought to break free from the conventional norms of their parents' generation, They also became increasingly aware of the social and political issues that were shaping their world. The counterculture was a reaction not only to the conservative values of the 1950s, but also to the injustices, wars, and inequalities of the time. This period saw convergence of several social movements that would forever change American society, including the Civil Rights Movement, the Anti-Vietnam War movement, and the Women's Liberation Movement. The Vietnam War was a central focus for many young people in the 1960s, particularly as the United States became more deeply involved in the conflict. By the mid-1960s, the war in Vietnam was escalating, and the government's justification for its involvement, as well as the growing number of American casualties, sparked widespread anti-war protests. For many young people, the war represented an unjust and unnecessary conflict that was consuming lives, resources, and moral authority. Students, in particular, played a key role in the anti-war movement. Organizations like Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, organized protests, sit-ins, and marches across the country, demanding an end to U.S. involvement in Vietnam. The movement reached its peak in 1969 when the moratorium to end the war. In Vietnam, a national day of protest saw millions of people across the U.S. demand an end to the war. The protests were often met with police violence, most notably during the Kent State shootings in 1970, when National Guardsmen opened fire on students protesting the war, killing 4 and injuring 9 others. The Kent State massacre became a flashpoint for the anti-war movement, symbolizing the clash between youth activism and the establishment. The civil rights movement also intersected with the counterculture's broader call for social justice. While the civil rights movement had begun in the 1950s, its most intense years of activism took place during the 1960s. Young people, many of whom were involved in the counterculture, became actively involved in the fight for racial equality. Organizations like the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the Congress of Racial Equality, SOAR, staged protests, sit-ins, and voter registration drives in the South. The iconic March on Washington in 1963, where Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his historic "I Have a Dream" speech, brought national attention to the movement. The civil rights movement of the 1960s was focused on dismantling legal segregation, securing voting rights, and achieving equality in education, housing, and employment. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were landmark pieces of legislation passed during this time that outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and protected voting rights for African Americans. The counterculture was deeply aligned with the civil rights struggle, as young people of all backgrounds saw racial injustice as part of a broader societal problem that needed to be addressed. While the civil rights movement made significant progress, racial inequality remained pervasive in American society. For many activists in the counterculture, the fight for racial equality extended beyond legal reforms. The movement also called for an end to poverty, economic exploitation, and police violence, which disproportionately affected Black Americans. The Black Panther Party, founded in 1966 by Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, emerged as a response to these systemic issues. The Black Panthers advocated for armed self-defense, revolutionary change, and an end to police brutality, while also providing social services such as free breakfast programs for children. The women's liberation movement was another key area of political activism for the counterculture. Building on the work of early feminists like Susan B. Anthony and Betty Friedan, the 1960s saw a resurgence of women demanding equality in every aspect of life. The second wave feminist movement focused on issues such as reproductive rights, workplace discrimination, equal pay, and access to education. The publication of Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique in 1963 had a profound impact, sparking a nationwide conversation about the limitations of women's roles in society and the need for change. Women were no longer content to be relegated to traditional roles of wives and mothers. They sought the right to control their own lives and destinies. In addition to reproductive rights, one of the central issues for feminists in the 1960s was birth control and access to safe, legal abortion. The pill, approved by the FDA in 1960, gave women more control over their reproductive health, enabling them to pursue careers, education, and sexual freedom without fear of unintended pregnancies. However, the fight for legal abortion continued into the 1970s, culminating in the landmark Roe v. Wade decision in 1973, which legalized abortion nationwide. In all of these movements, the counterculture played an important role in challenging the status quo. The young people of the 1960s, fueled by a desire for peace, equality, and personal freedom, used music, art, protest, and direct action to demand a better, more just America. They questioned the militarism, materialism, and conformity of post-war society, advocating for a world based on love, compassion, and understanding. The counterculture of the 1960s left an indelible mark on American society, with lasting effects on the nation's social norms, political activism, and cultural identity. Though the movement's most visible moments were often marked by protests, drug experimentation, and alternative lifestyles, its impact was far-reaching, influencing everything from civil rights to gender equality, and even shaping the political landscape in the decades to follow. One of the most significant legacies of the counterculture is its impact on civil rights. The movement helped to amplify the voices of marginalized groups, particularly African Americans, and contributed to the broader struggle for racial equality. The rise of Black Power in the late 1960s, influenced by figures like Stokely Carmichael and groups such as the Black Panthers, challenged the mainstream civil rights movement's emphasis on non-violent protest and integration. It embraced a more radical approach to social justice, advocating for self-determination, economic power, and pride in African heritage. This shift in the civil rights movement, inspired in part by the counterculture, helped highlight the ongoing struggles of Black Americans in the face of systemic racism and poverty. The counterculture also profoundly impacted the women's rights movement. The second wave of feminism, fueled by the ideas of the counterculture, expanded beyond traditional goals like suffrage to focus on issues such as sexual liberation, reproductive rights, and workplace equality. Women began to demand access to birth control, equal pay, and legal recognition of their autonomy over their bodies and lives. The counterculture's emphasis on individual freedom and self-expression gave voice to feminist activists, challenging traditional gender roles and expanding the scope of women's rights activism. Politically, the counterculture helped to radicalize a generation of young Americans who rejected the traditional norms of American government and society. The Vietnam War was a key issue that galvanized the youth-led protests of the 1960s, but the anti-establishment sentiment ran deeper than opposition to the war. Many young people viewed the government, corporations, and mainstream culture as corrupt, materialistic, and oppressive. This disillusionment with the status quo led to an era of activism, as young Americans organized around a range of issues, from environmental protection to gay rights and student power. In the realm of politics, the counterculture's push for social change laid the groundwork for the liberal movements of the 1970s and 1980s, influencing future policy debates on issues like civil liberties, privacy, and environmentalism. The 1960s counterculture also contributed to the rise of progressive politics in the 1970s, with activists pushing for government action on issues such as women's rights, healthcare, and environmental protection. Many of the policies associated with the Great Society and the New Left, such as affirmative action and universal healthcare, were influenced by the ideas that emerged during the counterculture's heyday. Culturally, the counterculture also shifted American attitudes toward art and creativity. The music of the 1960s, rock and roll, psychedelic music, and protest anthems became an integral part of the movement, giving young people a platform to express their frustrations and dreams. Bands like the Beatles, Bob Dylan, and Jefferson Airplane were not just entertainers, they were voices of change. Music festivals like Woodstock 1969 became iconic symbols of countercultural unity, bringing together hundreds of thousands of people to celebrate peace, love, and music in a shared vision of an alternative society. The sexual revolution, which was also part of the counterculture, had lasting effects on American society. As young people challenged traditional notions of sexuality and relationships, the culture of the 1960s pushed for greater sexual freedom and the normalization of previously taboo subjects. The availability of birth control, the emergence of gay rights advocacy, and the visibility of LGBTQ+ issues marked the start of a social revolution that would continue to evolve throughout the late 20th century. These shifts contributed to a broader cultural acceptance of diverse sexual identities and lifestyles. Yet the counterculture's ideas also led to a backlash from conservatives who feared that the movement threatened traditional American values. The Reagan Revolution in the 1980s, for example, represented a return to more conservative values, particularly around issues like family structure, economic policy, and national defense. The counterculture's push for social reform was often framed as a threat to the established order, and its advocacy for civil rights, environmental protection, and gender equality was resisted by those who believed it undermined American identity. The cultural divisions between the counterculture and the establishment would continue to shape political and social debates for decades to come. In retrospect, the counterculture of the 1960s had a transformative effect on American society. The movement didn't just change the way people lived, it changed how they thought about their country, their rights, and their futures. The ideals of peace, love, and freedom, though often idealized, found their way into mainstream American life, contributing to a more tolerant and inclusive society. The counterculture's influence can still be seen today in issues like gender equality, civil rights, environmental activism, and LGBTQ+ rights, all of which continue to be important social movements. While the counterculture may not have achieved all of its goals, many of its most radical ideas were either co-opted by the mainstream or faded away. Its core message of personal freedom, social justice, and collective responsibility remains an important part of America's cultural and political landscape. The 1960s counterculture helped to lay the groundwork for future generations of activists and thinkers who continue to challenge the status quo and fight for a more just and inclusive society. In the wake of World War II, America entered a period of remarkable economic growth. The American dream, which had long been a symbol of aspiration and individual achievement, was redefined during this time. For many Americans, the post-war era marked a time when the dream seemed not only attainable but achievable for the vast majority. With the GI Bill, housing boom, and the burgeoning middle class, the American dream became synonymous with home ownership, upward mobility, and the promise of a stable, prosperous future. After the war, the United States emerged as the world's economic superpower. Europe and Asia were devastated by the conflict, and as a result, American industries became the primary source of goods and services for much of the world. At home, the economy was booming, manufacturing and consumer goods were in high demand, and labor unions were strong, ensuring that workers could enjoy rising wages and job security. The middle class grew rapidly as more and more families were able to purchase homes, cars, and other goods that had previously been out of reach. For many, the American dream was no longer just a symbolic ideal, it was an economic reality. The GI Bill, passed in 1944, played a pivotal role in this transformation. The bill provided veterans with access to low-interest home loans, college education, and unemployment benefits. This allowed millions of veterans to achieve home ownership and access education, thereby securing their financial future. The The housing market experienced a boom, particularly with the development of suburban communities. The growth of suburbs symbolized the fulfillment of the American dream for many. Families could own homes with yards, cars in driveways, and the promise of a better life for their children. The economic boom also brought about dramatic changes in American culture. The post-war period saw the rise of consumerism. People had more money to spend, and consumer goods like televisions, refrigerators, and automobiles became widely accessible. The baby boom, which followed the war, added to the optimism of the era as families grew and children were raised in an environment of prosperity and comfort. The 1950s and early 1960s represented the high point of the American dream for many, a time when affluence and stability seemed within everyone's reach. This period also saw the rise of the nuclear family ideal, the image of a father working in a stable job, a mother staying at home to care for the children, and a home in the suburbs where everything seemed perfect. This image, reinforced by television shows like Leave It to Beaver and Father Knows Best, became the blueprint for the American dream in the mid-20th century. It was a dream of stability, economic security, and social mobility through hard work and perseverance. By the late 1960s and into the 1970s, the once clear and seemingly attainable American dream began to show signs of strain. Economic prosperity, while still a feature of American life, began to face new challenges. The post-war economic boom, which had benefited a vast majority of Americans, began to slow as the nation faced a series of new economic realities. Globalization, deindustrialization, and rising inequality began to shift the landscape, and the dream of upward mobility for all seemed increasingly out of reach for large segments of the population. One of the most significant economic shifts in the 1970s was the transition away from manufacturing-based jobs to a more service-oriented economy. The rise of automation and the growing shift of manufacturing jobs overseas contributed to the decline of American industry. As factories closed or moved to countries with cheaper labor, many workers, particularly those in the Rust Belt, lost their jobs and were left without viable alternatives. The promise of stable, unionized work in manufacturing was replaced by the uncertainty of low-wage service jobs, many of which offered no benefits or job security. This period also saw the rise of globalization as companies increasingly outsourced production to countries with cheaper labor and fewer regulations. While this led to cheaper goods for consumers, it also meant the loss of many traditional middle-class jobs in the U.S. manufacturing, which had once been the foundation of American prosperity, was now being rapidly eroded by global competition. As American workers faced these new challenges, they found it more difficult to maintain their standard of living, let alone achieve the upward mobility that had once defined the American dream. At the same time, the 1970s oil crisis and rising inflation made economic life more difficult for everyday Americans. The stagflation of the 1970s, when the US experienced both high inflation and high unemployment, put tremendous strain on household budgets. While wages stagnated, the cost of living continued to rise, particularly in key areas like housing, healthcare, and education. The middle class, which had once been the heart of the American dream, began to feel the squeeze of economic pressures, with more families finding it increasingly difficult to maintain a comfortable lifestyle. The housing market, which had been booming in the post-war years, began to slow, and home ownership became less attainable for many Americans. The ideal of owning a single-family home, which had defined the post-war American dream, became more out of reach, particularly for younger generations who were entering adulthood during a time of economic uncertainty. Rising student loan debt, the increasing cost of healthcare, and the inability to afford homes led to a growing sense of disillusionment among younger Americans. While the working class struggled, the wealthiest Americans saw their fortunes grow. The growing economic inequality that became apparent in the 1980s further deepened the divide between the haves and the have-nots. The rise of Wall Street, the deregulation of financial markets, and the growing power of multinational corporations contributed to the increasing concentration of wealth at the top. The top 1% of earners saw their wealth grow exponentially, while the average American worker's wages stagnated or declined. The promise of the American dream of upward mobility through hard work was increasingly undermined by structural economic changes that disproportionately favored the wealthy. The Reagan era of the 1980s represented a shift in American economic policy, as tax cuts for the rich and deregulation of industries became central to the national agenda. These policies were designed to stimulate the economy, but the benefits were not evenly distributed. Instead, they primarily benefited corporations and the wealthiest individuals, while the middle and lower classes continued to face economic hardship. This growing economic inequality became a defining feature of the American economy in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, and it further eroded the belief that the American dream was accessible to everyone. In the 1990s, the economy appeared to recover during the Clinton administration, with strong growth in the technology sector and the rise of the dot-com bubble. However, even during periods of economic growth, the American dream remained elusive for many. Housing prices soared, and while some people were able to capitalize on the economic boom, others were left behind, facing rising debt, stagnating wages, and the pressure of living costs that continued to climb. The American dream began to feel increasingly like a myth, something that was achievable only by a select few. By the 21st century, the American dream had transformed into a symbol of aspiration that seemed increasingly out of reach for large portions of the population. While the ideal of upward mobility through hard work still remained a powerful cultural force, the reality of achieving that dream had become more complicated. Economic inequality, rising costs of living, and decreasing economic mobility had made it harder for many Americans to achieve what was once considered the hallmark of success, a stable, prosperous life with the promise of a better future for their children. The 2008 financial crisis was a stark reminder of the fragility of the American dream in the modern era. The collapse of the housing market, fueled by subprime mortgage lending and risky financial practices, triggered a global recession that devastated the lives of millions of Americans. Foreclosures, job losses, and widespread economic hardship left families across the country struggling to make ends meet. The crisis highlighted the deep divides in the economy, with the wealthiest individuals and corporations weathering the storm while working-class families lost their homes, jobs, and savings. In the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, the gap between the rich and the poor grew even wider. The recovery, while marked by economic growth and stock market gains, disproportionately benefited the wealthiest Americans. Wages for the middle and working classes stagnated, while the top 1% of earners saw their wealth increase exponentially. The Federal Reserve's policies, which aimed to stimulate the economy by lowering interest rates and encouraging investment, largely benefited those with the wealth and resources to invest, rather than those struggling to make ends meet. By the mid-2010s, the reality of modern inequality was clear. The cost of living continued to rise, particularly in areas like housing, education, and healthcare, while wages for many workers remained stagnant. Student loan debt reached historic levels, leaving young Americans burdened with financial obligations that made it more difficult to achieve financial independence or purchase a home. For many, the American dream seemed increasingly like a distant and unattainable ideal. Meanwhile, the rise of the gig economy, automation, and globalization had reshaped the nature of work. The shift toward temporary, freelance, and contract-based jobs meant that fewer people had access to stable employment, health benefits, or retirement security. The promise of a steady job with a decent wage, a pension, and health care, once a central feature of the American dream, was increasingly rare. Workers in industries like retail, food service, and transportation were often forced to take low-wage jobs without benefits, while the jobs that had once offered upward mobility in manufacturing and industry continued to decline. At the same time, the wealthiest Americans continued to amass unprecedented fortunes. The rise of corporate power and the increasing dominance of Wall Street in American politics further tilted the playing field in favor of the rich. Tax cuts for corporations and the wealthy, coupled with the decline of labor unions and the erosion of workers' rights, created an environment where the rich could accumulate more wealth while many Americans struggled to stay afloat. This growing disparity between the rich and poor led to growing social unrest as people began to question whether the American dream was still possible for everyone. Despite the challenges facing the American dream, there were signs of hope and efforts to reinvigorate it. The Fight for $15 movement, which advocated for raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, gained significant traction, with workers in fast food, retail, and other low-wage sectors calling for better pay and benefits. The Black Lives Matter movement, which highlighted systemic racial inequality, also became part of the broader conversation about economic justice and opportunity. Additionally, the rise of progressive political candidates like Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez reflected growing public support for policies that sought to address inequality, such as universal health care, free college education, and progressive taxation. The question of whether the American dream is still attainable remains a central issue in American politics. For many, the dream of home ownership, a stable job, and a comfortable life is slipping further out of reach. But for others, the dream is being redefined with new visions of social justice, equality, and economic opportunity emerging. Whether or not the American dream is still possible for all Americans depends on the collective will to address the structural inequalities that persist and create a more equitable society. The future of the American dream will likely be shaped by efforts to combat rising inequality, expand access to education and health care, and ensure that everyone, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to thrive. As the world continues to change, the American dream must evolve to reflect the realities of a globalized economy, a diverse society, and a changing world.